Hey folks, welcome back. I'm your host, RR Slugger, and we've really got to stop meeting like this. Here it is, 4 years on YouTube. Where does the time go? My goodness. Right off the top, thank you so much for your continued support of the channel. We made a lot of videos and we've got a lot to talk about here today, but it's each and every one of you that keep watching these videos each week that keeps me going. So I really appreciate you. Thank you. I'm going to structure things a little bit differently this time around. I've got some general things to talk about at the very start, and then we'll get into the specific videos one by one. If you want to skip ahead to the videos, here's the first one. There's the timestamp right there. I've also linked it all in the description, as well as you can navigate on the bottom of the YouTube scroll bar there. The playhead, I suppose, and it should have chapters for you to go through. So if you want to skip ahead to your favorite video and hear me talk about it, go right ahead. Every year my goal is to make the next year's video shorter than the previous year's video, which I wasn't successful with last year. Hopefully this year I'll be able to keep it under 3 hours. Whew, here's hoping. So for those of you who don't want to skip ahead and are here to listen to me yammer on about general topics, let's speak about the year very broadly. There is a big list of videos in front of me here, and we started a new channel. We've got Slugscape to talk about a little bit as well too. Slugging Around is still kicking around, and of course we have the main channel. So I'll be kind of jumping between them as we go. I won't talk about the two auxiliary channels as much as the main one. I'm going to focus on the main one primarily. But yeah, this is a year where we saw Slugger diversify and move even beyond Lego, which is a first in a lot of ways. So yeah, it's been good. It's been creatively fulfilling for me, even if Lego hasn't been the sole focus the whole way through. I don't think this year contained as many videos as last year, but I think it has some real winners in it as well too, as I'm looking at some of the thumbnails and some of these projects that I know I've worked on and worked really hard on. I've really been proud of the results of what's come out the other side. But with that, I've also gained a bit more perspective from a production side of things, especially. You know, I've been doing this now for 4 years, so I wanted to talk about that a little bit up front. For one thing, the Slugscape videos, making videos about Heroescape, I had no reason to expect this, but I found that those videos are just so much easier to produce than the Lego videos I've been working on up till now. I don't know what it is. It probably has something to do with the photography, needing to be less specific with the shots. I can reuse shots more frequently, and I think it's just a little easier to photograph Heroescape at the end of the day. The camera focus isn't quite as precise. It doesn't need to be as precise. Whereas when you photograph Lego, it's got to be spot on. It's got to be bang on the minifigures' faces, and oftentimes that takes a lot of additional shots and just adjusting the lens ever so slightly. With Heroescape, you can just kind of set it and forget it and shoot. Sometimes I'm doing it with the autofocus on, which is not something I've done since the first year or so of shooting Lego, which is why all my old photos are so out of focus and blurry. But yeah, I found that with Heroescape, it's really easy to photograph, and that has expedited the process of making those videos without a substantial quality loss. So that's been interesting from a production side of things. The other thing I wanted to talk about here comes down to online discourse, because now with the amount of years that I've been doing this, responding to comments, reading every comment that I've received in the past 4 years, with doing all of that, I can kind of reflect on some of the trends that I've been noticing, and this might come across as a negative point, and I'm sorry to be a downer up front at the start of the video here, but I have noticed a bit of a shift in the way that people talk to me online, and it's not a shift for the better. I think it might come hand in hand with the anonymity that the internet provides, but in general, I think this year I've received more rude comments than ever before, which, it's not great. I've always received that sort of stuff in the past, flack and whatever, but just the amount of flagrant, just bluntness in what people are saying. To me, it just seems like some folks aren't even considering that there's another human being on the other side of the screen there, and they feel entitled to say these things to a a monolithic slug figure that is this online persona, but it's really just a person. I'm just a person at the end of the day. And it's just been really eyebrow raising to see that sort of stuff. And I'm not really sure what's sparking it on, whether or not it's just kind of a new trend in how folks communicate online. Maybe it has something to do with the time and the current political climate. Maybe it has to do with some of the videos that I'm making that are sparking these sort of responses, because I have had some more opinionated videos this year. But last year we were doing Toa Metru and all this and that. So I don't think I've done anything that is quite as kicking the hornet's nest as that. So I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss there. But I'm curious to hear from you folks if you've noticed this as well too in your conversations online. Just people being generally more rude. I don't really have a better word for that, but yeah, it's just rudeness. And this is certainly not to discount the number of positive comments, because obviously the positivity always outweighs the negativity. And this year, more than any year in the past, I've received more comments from folks that have never commented before. And they mention that as well. They say, long-time viewer, first-time commenter, Slugger, just wanted to tell you how much your videos mean to me. That sort of stuff. And I'm so humbled by that. So thank you. Thank you for those sorts of responses. And I know there's a lot of folks out there that watch my stuff, maybe that are watching right now, that have never commented and maybe never will. And that's fine too. Just know that your kind words are heard. Like, I read everything that is sent my way, and I appreciate it all. I was trying to think on how best I wanted to frame this next part here, because there's a couple of videos that I released this year that these next statements will apply to. So I think just doing it right up front here, rather than rehashing it several times throughout this video, would be best. So essentially what I want to talk about here is online debate on the platform of YouTube, because I got the strong sense that a number of individuals just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how this format works. Right up front, I think it's very important to recognize that it's not a level playing field between the person creating the video and the folks responding to the video. The person creating the video is given so many more tools and generally favored in any sort of discussion online, that there's a real power imbalance at play, and that doesn't foster like an open forum. The YouTube comment section is not an open forum. That's why they give content creators a delete button, right? That's why you can filter comments. That's why you can heart comments. That's why as a content creator, when you respond to a comment, it's highlighted separately. It's not meant to be an open forum for debate. I almost liken it to my real life role as a teacher, where you can have a discussion with your teacher, you can debate even with your teacher, but at the end of the day, what your teacher says goes, right? They are the authority figure, and it's their classroom, and you kind of have to respect that. Not to say that you can't harbor disagreement. You can certainly go home and vent to your friends about how your teacher's wrong and all this and that, but imagine this. Imagine, the whiteboard in the classroom, right? You can't just go up onto the teacher's whiteboard and write whatever you want and expect them to keep it up there. That's just not how it works, right? That it's the teacher's classroom. It's their whiteboard. So if they want to erase what you wrote, they can. That's the reality of it. And so I kind of see that as an apt metaphor for the comment section under a video. So if I insert myself into the role here, it's my video. And if someone says something rude to me, I'm under no obligation to keep it up, to keep it posted on the video there. I've deleted those comments, and I always delete those comments. I always have. I don't hide that. And I think it's really interesting how many folks out there think that they should be entitled to that. They should be entitled to me leaving their rude comments up on my videos. I don't get it. I just don't understand the mindset. But that's how it is. Another metaphor to kind of explain this too is like the video itself is like a fridge, and the comments that are being posted on it are like little sticky notes stuck to the fridge, or magnets on the fridge, or whatever, right? And whenever folks watch a video, it's like inviting folks over into your house, and maybe they'll go grab something from your fridge, and they see all the comments on your fridge, and that's great. But at the end of the day, the fridge isn't my house. It's something I have to look at every day. It's my fridge. And so if I don't want something written on my fridge, maybe it's something I don't agree with, right? I can just take that down, and that's supported by the platform. The platform's designed to do that. That's the role of the content creator. Like, I think there's a strong argument to be made that it's a responsibility that the content creator has, that the videos and the comment section underneath them reflect their values, reflect them in a positive way. And so if there's things in there that betray this, then they need to go. And I think it's up to the content creator to do that. It's their due diligence at the end of the day. And I don't want to get too deep into the weeds with this, but this is not an infringement on your rights for free speech, right? You can go talk to your friends, like log off the internet and say whatever you want about me. I don't care, right? And there's no rules against that. But YouTube is not an equal platform. It's not something where all views are reflected equally. There's things you're allowed to say on YouTube, and there's things you're not allowed to say on YouTube. Just like there are things you're allowed to say in an airport and things you're not allowed to say in an airport or a bank or wherever, right? There are rules to the way that society functions. So I don't think I really need to explain that, but here it is. It's also that hypocritical policing of what I can and cannot say in my video, and then turning around and complaining about censorship and free speech. The idea that an individual who isn't me knows what my videos should be about better than I do. Like logically, that just it doesn't add up. There's flaws in that train of thought that you can see from a mile away. One such topic involved, I guess, abstraction, let's say, this idea of intellectualism without empathy. And I think intellectualism without empathy is vapid. I think it's worthless. It's meaningless. If you can't feel and think at the same time like a human being, then what are we doing here? It's a fruitless endeavor. I try to be thoughtful and heartfelt in most everything I do online, and if saying that and saying what I've said so far makes me sound smug or pretentious or whatever you want to call me, I guess so be it. So I think that's probably good enough. That's me addressing the less than 1% of people who act this way online. Yeah, it's just something to think about, and I think it's something that is worth considering for all of us in the way that we conduct ourselves online. There are certainly other avenues I think that are worth exploring as well too. Certain things that keep coming up, I suppose, in discussions online. I call them pet peeves of mine because they've become pet peeves of mine because I see them so frequently. One of which is stating your opinion as a fact without any it's a small thing, and I think we just fall into it habitually because that's how we interact with our friends and social circles and that sort of stuff. But when you go online and you start talking with somebody, a stranger on the internet, that's, you know, essentially what we are at the end of the day, a stranger on the internet, they're not just going to pick up those social cues the way that you think they are. So I think it really behooves you to use more subjective qualifiers in your language, just be more forthcoming, and it leads to better discussion at the end of the day, like more fruitful discussion. It's the difference between saying the Toametru are bad and saying, I think the Toametru are bad because blah, 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 right? That the latter is so much more palatable and it leads to more constructive debate, whereas the former is just stating an opinion. It's almost like rage bait at the end of the day. So yeah, that's just something I think we all can work on, and myself included. I really do try to include a lot of subjective qualifiers in my videos because I think it makes the discussion more constructive. Another one that I came face to face with yet again this year, even though I thought I'd stamped it out in the past, but it keeps rearing its ugly head. And it's this idea of assuming the intentions of another person online. I get this so frequently, people saying, well, you're just saying this because blah, blah, blah. You're just saying this because you're nostalgic. You're just saying this because you hate this, or you're just saying this because it serves some sort of ulterior motive that you have. Some of the comments I got were just crazy bonkers. They like from Planet X. I have no idea where these people are from, but yeah, it was wild. So that's just, you know, it's a bad faith argument at the end of the day. It's one where at best it's assumptive and at worst it's baseless. So it's throw it out. Get rid of it from your debate vocabulary. Additionally, I think it's worth considering that a lot of these points I'm bringing up might honestly stem from the structure of YouTube as a platform itself, and the parasocial nature of it. When you sign in and you watch a Slugger video, or you see me every week, right? You hear me talking and I tell you all these things, all that sort of stuff. But it's not like a two-way, like it's not a mirror, right? Or a window. You can see into my life. I don't see into your life. And when that goes on for long enough, I think it can inadvertently develop in an audience this sense of like camaraderie or closeness, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say, where you get to know a lot about me over time, and that can sometimes unfortunately manifest in this idea of us being good friends, even though at the end of the day we are strangers on the internet. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind, to keep that sort of separation. And I'm not saying you can't be friendly with me. I really enjoy being friendly with folks online, and I like learning about what's going on in your lives as well too. A lot of folks tell me stories or leave me comments about what's going on currently in their life, and I love to hear this sort of stuff. It helps me connect with the human being on the other side of my screen. So I appreciate you extending that courtesy to me. That being said, it's just one that, you know, we always have to take a step back and realize that, yes, this is just a stranger I met online. Need to have that bit of danger sense, I suppose, right? And just consider that, hey, should I be saying this thing to this stranger online? Sometimes the answer is no. So as we go into the 4th year of our Slugger, I'm going to continue reading and responding to comments, as many as I can. With that being said, though, especially in the past few months, I've really appreciated taking a step back from that. Because it really is time intensive. Some of the last couple of videos I did, I spent hours and hours, like a dozen hours responding to and reading comments on just a singular video. And it was just kind of eating too much into my life. So if you hear from me less and less in the comment section, it's not because I don't like you anymore. It's not because I don't want to hear what you have to say. I still read 100% of the comments. That has never changed. So please write to me. I love to read what everyone has to say. Some of the stuff, though, I just had to eventually kind of step back and be like, okay, do I really need to engage here, or do I have to type out a reply? Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not, and it depends on the day and whether I've got the time, and it depends on the context of the comment as well, too, I suppose. Unfortunately, one of the worst feelings as a content creator is to see an opinion or an argument, engage with said opinion or argument in a good faith manner, type out a meaningful, thoughtful response that addresses all of their points, spend 20, 30 minutes doing this, and then never hear back from this person. You have no idea if they even read what you wrote, if it meant anything to them, right? Yeah, that feels lousy. And I still try to do it when those situations present themselves to me. But yeah, sometimes I come off maybe a little bit snarky or a little bit short in some of my replies, just because it seems less and less that folks are engaging in good faith when they write you snide remarks in the comments section or something sarcastic. Yeah, I get a lot of sarcasm these days too, and I don't know how to deal with that. What would be best? What do you suggest? Let me know. Yeah, that's my plan for the future. I'm going to keep on trying, but it is getting tougher as the channel grows. We're almost at 50,000 subscribers now. It's just been growing and growing and growing nonstop. And I always knew there'd come a day where eventually it would be the tipping point. I could no longer read and reply to all the comments. We're not there yet, but we're getting closer. We're inching closer. And yeah, that'll be a sad day, I think. So I think with that big preamble out of the way, we're finally able to dive in and take a look at some of these individual videos. So let's start with the Tunnel Scout. To all of those wondering, unfortunately, we still haven't received a Dark Turquoise Part 2460. It's still a possibility, it still might happen one day, but yeah, as it stands, nothing about the Tunnel Scout build has been updated or can be updated, let's say. There's no way to officially fix the front end of the vessel with the cutaways with those wedge plates, and there's no way to properly connect the propeller as of yet. So we're still holding out hope. Maybe one day we'll be able to do it. And I really hope that day comes, because the Tunnel Scout, in my opinion, is one of the best Rock Raiders small vehicles. I really like the model, and I wish it had come to reality. I wish it had come to fruition and been something included in the big box Rock Raiders PC game. I think that would have been a perfect little build, just like Biker Bob or the Chess King. That would have been awesome, and it would have had a twofold effect on Rock Raiders. It would have allowed Chief to appear somewhere else other than just the Mini Heroes collection, and it would allow us to have what is essentially a really great little Rock Raiders build. But unfortunately, it did not come to pass. I guess the only other thing I'll mention about the Tunnel Scout video is that it's really high quality Slugger stuff. I think this is top shelf Slugger. The How to Build Rock Raiders series has always been high effort, deep underground content. And it's a shame that it's really taken me so long to do these videos, but part of that comes down to when you work with a group of people, like a committee essentially, it helps alleviate some processes of production. It makes it easier to do some things. It makes it tougher to do other things. You kind of have to wait for the approval of others. And Slugger likes to be a lone wolf a lot of the time. So we're going to see one more video in this series later on the list, but for now, this is it. And next up, we have the return to the Orient Expedition, the final episode of the Everest leg of that journey. Temple of Mount Everest. And just really quickly, I love the thumbnail on this video. I think I just knocked it out of the park. And honestly, the video itself, I just rewatched it yesterday. This is great. This one took so much work, like months of work, off and on, kind of working in the background. And it really shows through in the final product. I'm really proud of this one, and I think I can point to it as being one of the all-time greats on the channel. The quality of the photography, the depth of the script itself, I think it all just really comes together for a really, really good outing for our Slugger. So I'm glad I took the time on this one because, as a wise person on YouTube once said, quality always rises to the surface. I remember having a lot of trouble photographing this set. It's so unique, and I really talk about that quite a bit in the script, but the layout and just the overall form factor, I suppose, the silhouette of the model is really strange. And one of the points I make in the video that I still believe quite firmly today is that there really isn't like a good angle to look at this set. Like, there isn't a good side, whereas the Scorpion Palace has a good side, right? That front facade is the way you're supposed to look at it. The Temple of Mount Everest is always showing some sort of flaw to the camera, and that makes it really difficult and kind of in a unique place. Like, it has a unique place in LEGO's history as well too because of that. Like, if you look at it from this angle, you're seeing the backside of an ugly rock piece. If you look at it from this angle, you're seeing bare Technic arm or bare Technic beams, right? If you look at it from this side, you're seeing open holes where there should be walls, things like that. There just isn't a good way to look at it. So from a presentation standpoint, it's a very bizarre set, and I found it really tough to frame it properly as well too with my photography setup. And I usually struggle with larger sets, like anything on a bigger base plate becomes tough to photograph. This one especially so, just because it didn't have, like it's also tall as well too. It's got some height to it, so it's really difficult to put the camera in a good spot to make it look presentable, I should say. Yeah, so I was quite critical of myself as I was taking photos of it, and I was trying to get creative with some of the angles, but at the end of the day, there isn't a whole lot you can do to show it off in a positive light. It just kind of is. It is what it is. Like I say in the video, it's immediately evident that this is an adventurer's adventure on a budget. Like, you can see and feel the budget limitations everywhere you look in this set, and it's remarkable how much it is able to achieve, but all that praise is with the understanding that this set is handicapped by the budget that it was saddled with. It tries to do a lot with very little, and some of it succeeds. The biggest surprise to me when covering this set was actually the board game experience. I really expected this one to be a lot worse than it actually turned out to be. The Scorpion Palace set my expectations pretty high, and the Scorpion Palace is a bigger set with more board game elements, a bigger parts budget, all these things. And it was already kind of shaky as far as an experience goes, but the Temple of Mount Everest had even less to work with, so I was really concerned. However, the way that the puzzles are laid out and how you have to go from one to the other and then work your way back out of the temple is a really unique gameplay experience, and it serves the set well. It feels good to play that. So that was fun. It was a lot of fun to play it. Now, the flip side of that is that the stock board game experience is completely imbalanced, like almost on the verge of not being play tested, sort of levels of bad. The fact that there's no luck enhancing items other than the singular backpack, it's just mind boggling. Like who did anyone play test this? Did anyone try this out? Like, what happened? Yeah. So you have to make significant alterations to the game in order to make it fun, at least in my opinion. So yeah. Anyways, all those recommendations are outlined in a document that we have in the video description of that video. So if you ever do want to try the board game experience, even though it's got a high entry cost, basically you have to own the set and you have to own the cards and you have to own all the board game pieces. It's a worthwhile endeavor. I think it's a worthwhile experience to have. It is a unique, interesting concept for a Lego board game. I don't have a ton of other things to say about this. The Orient Expedition will come back. Don't worry. I get questions about that all the time. I've been planning for a long time to have it, the China leg of the expedition come out in the fall of 2025, after the summer. But I realized upon rewatching this video, I actually said after the summer of 2024. That's what I say at the end of the video. I say we're going to return after the summer. And I suppose, in a roundabout way, the fall of 2025 is technically after the summer of 2024. But I can see why people are confused and why they've been asking me about this so much. It's also been a year since we did anything Orient Expedition related, so I guess it did kind of make it seem that they were going to be closer together, or that maybe I'd canceled the series or lost interest in the series or something like that. But no, the plan is all, at least in my mind, has always been the fall of 2025. And this sort of division both will do me some good in terms of like clearing my head and coming back at it with a fresh start, because that Temple of Mount Everest video, the one we're talking about right now, was really grueling to get through. It was a tough one to make. So having some time away will do the series some good. But in maybe a more coincidental way, it actually reflects the way that the sets were released back in the day. Because as I recall, and maybe I'm wrong, but I see it kind of represented this way in regional catalogs and such. The India and Everest leg waves, I suppose you would say, were released together, and the China wave was released later on with a delay. So I think, oh gosh, it's been so many years. It's been 22 years since those sets came out. So I'm just going off of 22-year-old memories. I seem to recall it was India and Everest in the January release, because I remember getting them for my birthday earlier in the year, and then the China wave came in the summer. So I think that's how it divided. So yeah, I guess we're going with that. We're gonna try that. I'm a little nervous going into the Chinese leg of the expedition, because I think the China wave is the wave with the most wrong about it, let's say, like cultural or historical inaccuracies, that sort of stuff. I think it's the one that does the worst job of presenting that. But and I say it in these videos as well too, especially the follow-up one that I did after the Temple of Mount Everest. I guess I'll just talk about it here too, the journey so far. I mentioned in that video, but what I'm trying to say is when I first started looking at the Orient Expedition, I expected to find so many more historical inaccuracies or cultural insensitivities, all that sort of thing. But I've been proven wrong time and time again, which is a good thing. I enjoy that, and it shows that maybe the set designers did have a bit more forethought in their designs and the naming schemes and all the sort of representation they have in the sets. And that mostly holds true, I think, until we get to China, and we're gonna have to talk about it. I'll try to do it all up front as well too. Like I don't want every single video to be about that and just have to bring it up over and over and over. And I don't think the folks that watch my videos want my videos to be about that either. But at the same time, not acknowledging that and not talking about the context surrounding the Orient Expedition sets does a whole disservice to the entire theme. The way it was presented was supposed to include all that context. That's what the series is about. I think just talking about the bricks is only mentioning like half of what the Orient Expedition is. The toys were part of it, but they were not the main ticket attraction at the end of the day. There's a lot more that went into it with the surrounding media and the surrounding educational benefits of the toys themselves too. And that was a huge push. Like as far as Lego multimedia projects were concerned back in the day, this was a big one. This was a tentpole release for the company. And it's worthy of a deeper look, more thorough, critical look. So with that being said, get ready, get pumped. Fall of 2025, we return to the Orient Expedition. And oh, Slug have mercy on my soul in trying to do the Dragon Fortress video. That is going to be so difficult. From the Orient Expedition to the summer of Slug. Let's party like it's 1999. This was a cool video concept, I thought. A fun way to both kick off the summer of Slug, as well as celebrate the 25th anniversary of LEGO Rock Raiders. And while I think the theory was sound, the execution, well, it didn't exactly pan out the way I thought it would. I think by marrying the two concepts together, celebrating Rock Raiders' 25th anniversary, as well as kicking off the summer of Slug, I inadvertently kind of took away from the summer of Slug in a way. It became all about the Rock Raiders and not really about both things. And what I mean by this is the summer of Slug, the first year I did it, the kickoff to it was much bigger, let's say. More people signed up and we just kind of rocketed through. It was really great. This time around, however, the subscribership or the patronage, let's say, was much slower. And in the first couple of weeks, I remember being very stressed out because of how low the numbers were compared to last year. I was starting to ration food, you know, like do those sorts of things where it's like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing Ichiban this summer. Luckily, it turned around. It took some time, of course, for that to happen. But I don't think I made a big enough deal about how important continued patronage is during the summer of Slug in order for it to happen at all. So I think for this summer, I'll be making some changes in that regard. So this was a good summer, the summer of 2024, I mean, where it taught me a lot of things. So the summer of Slug 2025 is going to be different based on some of the lessons I learned right here. Now, the Rock Raiders portion of the video I think is really cool. I dive a little bit into my own personal history with the theme, which involves Rock Raiders 2, the Block Raiders, the, let's say, failed project of Data Design Interactive many years later without LEGO's involvement. Yeah, there's a whole rabbit hole to go down with that. Like, it just goes, it keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper. But that's another tale for another time, probably to be told by someone other than myself. But yeah, I was really excited to show off the work of Brandon McGinnis in this video as well too. Still to this day, I think he is hands down the best LEGO Rock Raiders mock creator. He gets the color scheme, he gets the part usage, and he works with period accurate parts, which is really tough to do when we're talking about old grays and old browns, because there's such a limited selection, especially in the latter. Old brown is a really tough color to work with. The part selection is bad, but more importantly, the supply is bad as well too. It's just tough to get enough bricks to physically build with. So yeah, my hat's off to him. He's still doing great stuff over on his Instagram page, so I recommend going and checking it out if you haven't done so already. I think that's about all I have to say here. Rock Raiders continues to be awesome, of course, and the Summer of Slug 2025 is right around the corner. There'll be more information about that in the future, but I really do encourage you, if you're listening right now and you like my videos, you like watching each week, then please consider donating during the Summer of Slug. It helps keep me alive and helps keep the videos going. It's the only time of the year where I really take YouTube seriously and try to commit a full-time effort into it. And I think the videos from last year, and we're going to talk about a bunch of them right now, I think they speak for themselves. I think they represent some of the best stuff I've ever worked on. So let's dive into it. So the first video of the Summer of Slug proper was about sand purple and a complete collection of that. Now, right up front, this video idea is not my concept. This is something that I lifted from Mayday Figs, and they had several videos on their channel about different LEGO colors and exploring all of the elements that exist in those colors. Especially around the early 2000s, late 90s, there was a bunch of LEGO colors that just kind of popped out of the blue and then disappeared in 2003. And it's kind of fun going back and looking at those colors and trying to make a complete collection of them. And sand purple just happened to be one that I inadvertently had completed a collection of. I was missing one element, which was the Sam Wazell minifigure, I think is the name of the character, from LEGO Star Wars. And Mike sent one to my P.O. box and therefore completed the collection and made this video possible. So that's awesome. Thank you to everyone for helping inspire that, both Mike and Mayday Figs. In rewatching this video last night, I was really struck by how much fun I had making it. I remember all of those cool science fiction abstract shots of like the M-Tron miner, or the M-Tron Explorer, I should say, looking at the sand purple bricks or walking along random staircases made of sand purple, and just like sand purple pieces placed on a base plate. There was also a really in-depth stop motion shot of a little like computer chip thing, or a little sci-fi tramway just like sliding along in the background. I remember taking so many photos for that. I think that stop motion's at 24 frames a second, just because I took so many pictures for some reason. I really just stood there and moved it, you know, an eighth of a millimeter each time. Like, yeah, it was nuts. But yeah, this was a really high effort outing, and I think I wanted to kick the summer off with a really visually different video, something that would cause viewers to, you know, sit up in their chair and kind of take notice. And I think it was pretty successful with that. It's an interesting video. I think the topic is cool, and there's a lot of bespoke photography in it as well too. Lots of shots that I've never reused to this day. But yeah, I like it a lot. Now, would I do it again? That's a totally different question. I know a lot of folks have asked me to do a video on sand red, or the original purple color, or all these other sorts of things. And I don't want to say no, but like, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. This was just a really unique circumstance where just serendipitously I completed a collection of a color. It's not really something I've ever sought out to do. It's just that I had all the other sets that this color was featured in, and then all of a sudden this minifigure showed up in my P.O. box, and I was like, oh, okay, well, interesting. I guess now I have a complete collection of this color. Maybe I should talk about it. So yeah, it was just kind of happenstance that caused this to happen. But, you know, a happy coincidence, I suppose. Would I love to see sand purple return in LEGO's part catalog? Well, yeah, of course. I like the color quite a bit, but there's just no way that's happening. I think the current lavender color is a more than worthy replacement for this one. This is just such a drab, kind of washed out look. very pastel looking, reminds me of Paradisa in a lot of ways. It's just not a color that's in vogue right now, and I don't think LEGO would ever really consider bringing it back. In addition, like, and I guess I've talked to this point before in response to folks asking me what color should be brought back next, because dark turquoise was pretty famously brought back. I really think that dark turquoise was an anomaly. I don't think this is a trend that we should expect to happen again, where LEGO takes an old color and revives it, brings it back into the color palette. Yeah, I think that was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing with dark turquoise, and I'm really, really glad they did it, and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth and start asking for other colors to return, because I think it's unrealistic to expect that. It's fun to think about, it's fun to ponder and whatnot, but yeah, at the end of the day, I don't think that should be a reasonable expectation we should have of the LEGO group. I guess the last thing I'll mention here is that in rewatching this video, I set the bar pretty high for myself, I think, coming up into the next Summer of Slug, this upcoming one here, because this is some high effort stuff. There's lots of macro lens shots, there's lots of stop motion photography that was made just for this video. Yeah, I've got my work cut out for me. Wish me luck. Ah, Fabuland. How I love thee. Fabuland is just so much fun to work with. So when I saw LEGO Animal Crossing hit the scene, I just knew I had to jump on the opportunity to talk about Fabuland. Fabuland figures are just, they're so heartwarming. The builds, the little houses and their little cars and things, it's just adorable. I love it so much. So this was a very, very fun video to work on. Not just because of the Fabuland connection in terms of the LEGO bricks, but also the music connection too. And I know I talk about this on Slug and Around, where I go into more detail about recreating the Fabuland theme song from the old TV show, Edward and Friends, I think was the name of it. That aspect of it was a lot of fun to work on. And re-recording it was interesting too. It really taught me about what went into creating that song, all the different intricacies, the harmonies and that sort of stuff, the chord structure. It's a good little piece of music and it's catchy as heck. So you're probably listening to it right now in the background, in fact. Yeah, so that was just another reason to do this sort of video. I think keeping the joke going for the whole video was a good call in the end. The whole joke being that, you know, Slugger doesn't know what Animal Crossing is. He thinks it's Fabuland. It plays to my naivety, I think, in a fun way. And you never know, we might see Fabuland pop up again in the future here. As for Animal Crossing, like, I don't know, the sets are fine. I'm glad that the folks who like Animal Crossing have these toys to play with now. I played Animal Crossing on the original, what was that, the GameCube, I think? Yeah, I played that one. I played the one on the DS and the 3DS as well, too. I don't have any of the other ones. I think there's one for the Wii, and probably there's one for the Switch, I'd imagine, as well, too. Never played those ones, but of all of them, I think my favorite was the first DS one. I think that one was called Wild World, if I remember correctly. And every iteration, every release after that one became less and less what I enjoyed about Animal Crossing. There was something about like the GameCube version, especially, that was almost like mysterious to it. There was a real vibe to that game, and Wild World still captured some of that, but I felt by the time I got to the 3DS one, what was it called? City Folk? Is that something? New Leaf or something like that. New Leaf, yeah, that's it. Much of that was lost. It kind of felt like the folks making the games were starting to be aware of the fan base enjoying the games, if that makes sense, and started to change aspects about the game based on what the fans wanted or said or whatever. Actually, I kind of get that vibe sometimes from sequels that start like quoting things that is like meme culture almost. Yeah, like that's kind of how I was. Those were the impressions I was getting from the later Animal Crossing entries. I'm actually playing through the Mass Effect series right now. I know this is totally unrelated to the video, but related to the previous point I was mentioning here. And I'm in the third game right now. And there's just so many times where like characters that were like in the first game or the second game reappear, and then they quote a line that they said from one of those games. And I don't know, I just find that so eye-rolling. Like nobody actually talks like that. like no real person says like, just that's my catchphrase, so I'm gonna say it here, you know. I've got these calibrations I gotta go run or whatever. Oh, he's working on calibrations. Whatever the joke is from Mass Effect. But yeah, I kind of got that feeling from Animal Crossing. So as the games got more refined, they became less of what I enjoyed about it. So I kind of bounced off the series. I don't think I'll ever go back to it, to be honest. I think my only wish when it comes to the Animal Crossing sets is that I wish they were more like the Fabuland sets. I wish they were more kid-friendly and blocky. That's kind of what I would like to see from them. Instead, they're highly intricate. Like they have lots of little pieces in there. I wouldn't be comfortable letting a 4-year-old play with them the same way that Fabuland is more friendly to kids. So that's kind of a bit of a miss, I think, on LEGO's part when it comes to the Animal Crossing sets. And yeah, it's just, I think it shows maybe a bit of a lack of a certain niche that LEGO used to fill more readily, was like kid-friendly stuff. It's no secret that a large portion of LEGO's consumer base now is adult collectors and adults who just enjoy toys, right? There's a huge surge, you know, millennials and Gen Z and whatnot of folks our age just buying toys. Like that was never really a thing before, and LEGO is really leaning into that. So they're trying to find this middle territory where the sets are like way more intricate than they ever were when we were kids, but at the same time still approachable enough that kids can play with it. And I'm just not sure the Animal Crossing toys, the Animal Crossing sets here hit that right balance or not. I think they are a little bit too geared towards older fans of the toy. But I could be wrong, you know, I'm just an old slug on the internet here. Well, what do I know? It's time for some high adventure deep underwater. Yeah, this is the Aqua Dozer, or sorry, the Aqua Dozer. Yeah, my thick Calgarian accent apparently caused some stir there, but yeah, we I think we say aqua up here. I started asking my friends how to pronounce that. Some folks say aqua. Aqua is what comes natural to me, so I mean the word aqueduct, right? Does anyone call it an aqueduct? Maybe, I don't know, but aqua, whatever. Anyways, the Aqua Dozer. This video was pretty cool, and in retrospect, going back and rewatching it, it's a very strange video, and I know that's typical for the Summer of Slug, but like, I don't know, stranger than even the Summer of Slug would let on. There's kind of a dual focus to the video, because part of it is about the Aqua Raiders sub-theme and the Aqua Dozer there within, but really this only exists because of Rock Raiders, right? Like that's the only reason I wanted to talk about it. The only reason I got the set in the first place was just because it's a Rock Raiders set, or essentially the predecessor to a Rock Raiders set. And both of those sets, like the Loader Dozer and the Aqua Dozer, are the only two Lego bulldozers that use this chain connection system with that exact bucket. And all the rest are Technic sets. So these are the only two system sets. That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. And I just thought that was really interesting, a really cool connection between the two of them. And apparently there was enough material here for me to go on for, what is it, 14 minutes? That's wild. So, yeah. Now, I want to go back to Aquarators at some point in time and dive a little deeper into it. That's still on my list. I've got the other two sets that belong to that theme. I would like to do a, like, so you want to get into Aquarators type video. I don't think this is a series necessarily with enough meat on the bone for a full retrospective series like I did with RoboForce, which we'll be talking about later. Yeah, this is probably just a one and done sort of kind of thing, but it's a cool short line of sets that are really unique and interesting and weird and bad and kind of cool at the same time. So there were also region specific or region exclusive, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be interesting to talk about too. Yeah, I really went all out for this video. There's the whole shock collar thing, which is kind of strange, but I thought it was funny. I don't know. This video also contains the best thing I've ever created in my short time on Earth, and that is the Explorians VPN service. It's just the best thing ever. But yeah, I found a lot to talk about, and honestly, I'm quite surprised by it going back and rewatching the video later. There's just so many things I bring up about the teal printing on the figure torsos and the different old parts, a lot of the green elements being set exclusive or series exclusive, and that sort of stuff. Yeah, this is a pretty in-depth video, some stop motion photography, some tons of bespoke photography in this one too, like photos I've never used. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's good. It's definitely off the wall. It's definitely weird. And I even did a separate video talking about this video on Sluggin' Around. So I did that with the last one as well too, the Fabuland song. But in this one, I talked about the thumbnail design, which was an interesting journey to go through. And I really like the thumbnail I settled on. You can see it down here in the corner. It's bright and flashy. It's got like some cool like 90s edginess to it, and I like the contrast of the colors. The hyper saturation of the background's pretty cool too. So yeah, I think this is a cool video. I don't know if I would necessarily call it a really popular one or not, but it's weird and atypical, and I think it's pretty cool. And this was the sleeper hit of the summer of Slug. What is the value of a sealed Lego set? This totally took me by surprise. I had written this script just as a bit of a thought experiment. You know, it's almost a philosophical video talking about the different values we place upon Lego kits, and sealed Lego kits in particular. I talk about monetary value and sentimental value, historical value, all these different aspects. And I didn't expect this video to go over as well as it did, so that's pretty cool. It seemingly struck a chord with a lot of people, and tons of folks weighed in the comment section. So maybe it's because I was simply asking a question and folks felt the desire to respond to the question. It was a prompt, I suppose, and that's what spurred along some thought. So yeah, the framing of the video around this Bionicle set that was sent to me to my PO box was a lot of fun too, and I think the payoff for the setup is rewarding at the very end, and it also helps dodge answering the question that the video brings up. So I think from a from a framing standpoint, I think I was really successful in the way that I was able to structure the narrative of the video, and it leads to a good payoff at the end. I think one of the coolest comparisons I draw, and one of the best points I think I bring up in this video, is comparing Lego to other toys. And in this video I talk about Heroescape, which is obviously another passion of mine, another big hobby. And it's really interesting to me to compare and contrast sealed Heroescape versus used Heroescape, as opposed to sealed Lego versus used Lego. Because in the world of Lego, there is a huge price disparity between a sealed set and a used set. Even modern sets are like this. Like, it could be something that's still on store shelves, but if you're looking on Facebook Marketplace or eBay or whatever, if it's still in its box, it's still worth basically as much as a new copy should be worth, right? But if it's opened and it's been built, then usually it's significantly less money. It's significantly discounted. So that is interesting in the world of Lego, because it's not that way in the world of Heroescape, and as I assume in lots of other toys as well too, or other hobbies I should say. Heroescape is a good comparison to draw, because the way in which the toy is played with is I guess different, because Heroescape is a game at the end of the day, and you want the piece in the game. Like, you want to play the game with the pieces. That's why you're buying the set. But Lego is a little bit different in that regard. So the cool things to draw from that is that, you know, maybe the Lego sets have sentimental value. Maybe there's some value in knowing the pieces are all period correct, knowing it's coming with the correct pieces in it, knowing that the pieces are brand new, they've never been touched, they've never been played with before. Those are all things that generate value. And in fact, I think some of those points I just mentioned here are ones that I forgot or didn't even bring up in the video that we're talking about. So it's a really interesting question, and I guess it does spur discussion. Yeah, it's just not a video I expected to be big and popular. It's just kind of a cool little thing to think about, I suppose. Who knows, maybe we'll have more videos like this in the summer of Slug 2025. I wouldn't be surprised if we did. So yeah, something to look forward to maybe. Man, of all the videos I did this summer, the LEGO Studios video was definitely the one I felt like I snuck by. Like, just got it in after the buzzer. Yeah, this one, like, I mean, I love it, and I think it turned out well. But yeah, this was an interesting, really tough video to make. And it really just came down to, I don't have a lot of these sets, and I was really trying to find a way, and I was really grappling with this, struggling even, to find a way to make the video come off authentic and have some value if I didn't have the sets that I was talking about. Because typically for me, the whole process is I get the set, I have the set, I build the set, and I develop an opinion of the set. And to talk about LEGO sets that I don't own, and to try to do a series overview for a series that I don't own the entire series of, it just felt disingenuous to me, and I really had a hard time coming up with a way to make this video work. Not just like a script way, like for the script writing, but to make it work for me to personally feel like I was putting my best effort into it. This was a tough one, and I'm really pleased with the positive reception it got, but even to this day, I still feel like I was resting on the goodwill of LEGO Studios, not necessarily creating something that was worth the praise that it got. I think a lot of folks remember LEGO Studios very fondly, and we're just happy to bathe in some nostalgia for a little while watching the video. But I'm not sure I really brought much to the table here, if I'm being perfectly honest. Maybe you'll disagree with me. Let me know in the comment section if you think I'm being too hard on myself, I guess. But I do try to hold myself to a really high standard, of course. And this video felt more inauthentic than it should have been in my eyes. For one thing, even the phases that we see up here on the screen, the Scary Monsters phase of LEGO Studios, at this point in time, at the time I was making this video, I only had a single set from that wave, and it was the tiny little one, the little Mummy's Pharaoh's Crypt or whatever, Mummy's Tomb, I can't remember what it's called, but that was one of the barriers for me. I was thinking, well, I barely own anything from this series. Who am I to talk about it? Who am I to weigh in? What is my opinion worth? That's kind of how I felt. So I tried my best to acquire as many as I could from the original, the first phase of LEGO Studios. That's my favorite of the three, is that first wave there. I got to open up a sealed Dino Head Attack Studio set. Is that what that's called? I forget all the names of these sets. I got to open up a sealed one of those, as well as a Stuntman Catapult, a sealed copy of that, because someone had sent that to my P.O. box. Whereas the Dino Head Attack set, I can't remember what it's named, that one I bought sealed because LEGO Studios, you can still get some good deals on sealed sets. This is from that Just Imagine era of LEGO, which wasn't really a popular time for the LEGO group. That 2000 to 2002 era, there's lots of sets from that time period you can still get very cheap. So that's one of them. And I, for whatever reason, I never owned that set as a kid, but I had a ton of nostalgia for it. And just having it in its box as an adult was really satisfying to me. So it kind of broke my heart a little to open it up for this video, but I had a great time building it. And I remember it being a set that I fawned over as a kid. I saw it in the stores and was really enamored by it. I bought the Temple of Gloom as a kid, or I got it. I think my grandma bought it for me, and it's still one of my favorite sets, favorite LEGO set of all time. It's up there in the top 5 for sure. Oh, here it is, Dino Head Attack. Okay, that's what it's called. Yeah, I mean, like, LEGO was obsessed with dinosaurs during this time, so, like, it was bleeding over into Dino Island. They had their own LEGO dinosaur theme, and now here it is in LEGO Studios. It's all about dinosaurs, dinosaur this, dinosaur that. That was just kind of the cool, trendy thing at the time. You know, Jurassic Park was a popular movie, so... And, you know, in reality, it kind of makes sense to focus on that because Jurassic Park was such a revolutionary moment in filmmaking. It was the big step forward into computer graphics, computer-generated images, right? So to have that as the focal point for LEGO Studios is really apropos. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. And you got Steven Spielberg here, you know, the man himself. Yeah, this was a really cool LEGO theme, and I'm glad it got as many sets and as many waves as it did. But as I mentioned in the video here, it almost feels like it had an identity crisis. Like, it didn't know what it wanted to be. Every phase of LEGO Studios was pretty different from each other. That phase 2 stuff where it just became licensed sets was really strange for LEGO during that era. Like, licensed sets were not really the all-encompassing thing that they've become now. It was a lot rarer to see that sort of stuff. Licenses sneak their way into LEGO. Like, that just wasn't a thing back then. So having that as one of the phases, I think was an interesting choice, and it was novel at the time, which nowadays that's just par for the course for Lego. It's just branded stuff made out of bricks is kind of what the Lego company has become. But the novelty of it back then was really cool. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I still love Lego Studios. It's one of my favorite themes, like from a, I don't want to keep using the word vibes, but you know, that sort of atmosphere that it creates, the setting. I really enjoy it quite a bit. So yeah. The video I made for the theme, though, I think it barely does the series justice, to be honest. It's not my favorite video I've ever done, but, you know, I tried, I did what I could with what I had, and I think this was the only way it was going to happen at the end of the day, because if I waited to collect all of the sets that I needed to talk about the entire series all in one collection video, the video would be like 40 minutes long because I'd be going in depth with all these different things. And honestly, it probably never would happen at the end of the day. There's a lot of Lego series that I own, you know, Spyrius and all these other 90s space things that I can just rattle off that I want to make videos about, but honestly, it's that inertia, like the knowing how much work it's going to take to talk about those series is what stops me, when it's just so much easier if I just talk about one or two sets in a shorter video. So I don't know what the solution's going to be for me long term, but this video is fine, I suppose. It did what it had to do. At least it exists. Honestly, maybe I need to take a little bit more inspiration from TrikBrix and start hopping between different retrospective series so I don't get burned out with a single theme. It wouldn't be the first time I'd taken inspiration from TrikBrix, but yeah, I think Jamie's got a good approach there, and could be something I could see myself doing in the future. With that being said, though, in terms of retrospective plans, obviously I already talked about the Orient Expedition in this video, and once I get going on Orient Expedition, I like to stay committed to it. I don't like to jump around very frequently with that one, so yeah, that might be a plan for 2026 then, to just kind of pop in and out. Talking about certain things. The only thing that I bump up against then, though, is my own tendency to not make set reviews because all of my videos are intended to be something a little bit beyond just the bricks in front of us. And like I always say, like, I try to tie into the larger Lego tapestry, and I'm not sure if just hopping around from series to series talking about an individual set each week is going to satisfy that. Usually there needs to be some other deeper connection that I want to write about, and that's what usually sparks the whole video idea, the whole video process. So yeah, anyways, sorry, I don't mean to have this entire internal debate externally with you who is just kind of listening along, but I don't know. If you have thoughts or ideas, feel free to chime in and let me know what you think. All right, Blacktron 1.5. This is a video idea I had for a very long time. Actually, ever since I got the set, the Meteor monitor. I remember taking a look at it and thinking, well, this doesn't look like it belongs to Blacktron, and it doesn't look like it belongs to Blacktron 2, so what is it, you know? Of course, if you've watched my channel for any length of time, you know I'm fascinated by color schemes, and I like to talk about different color patterns and color distribution in sets. It's one of my favorite aspects of LEGO Rock Raiders at the end of the day, and I think the original Blacktron, and honestly Blacktron 2, they both really excel at this. They have strong thematic color choices. In this video, I really examine how the Meteor monitor kind of serves as the bridge between the two color schemes. And it's a really cool concept, something I would like the LEGO group to potentially explore further in the future. Just kind of like color schemes with a twist. We would actually see that a little bit later on in some of the themes that happened in the mid-2000s, late 2010s, like that sort of era of LEGO. I'm not a huge expert on any of that by any means, but I know, like, if you take a look at like Power Miners or Atlantis, they had color scheme like kind of refreshes at the end, towards the end of their life cycle. And I think that's a cool concept that, you know, bears some interesting discussion. With this set and this video, I guess I should speak more about the video here. I really had a lot of fun photographing the Blacktron figures and really, you know, I guess airing my grievances with Blacktron 2. I know I ruffled some feathers there. I know there's a huge number of people that really enjoy Blacktron 2. And I consider myself one of them when it comes to the sets, because look at them, they're beautiful, they look awesome, and so many of the builds are really, really excellent. The Spectral Star Guider being one of them, like, really great stuff. The only thing that lets it all down, in my opinion, is the Blacktron minifigure, the Blacktron 2 minifigure, that is. The big dumb bee on the chest, it's just so hokey looking. And like M-Tron gets away with it, and I think M-Tron like it suffers from the same thing basically for minifigure design. But M-Tron is like kind of like a search and rescue team. Like that's kind of their shtick. They are supposed to be like the heroes that show up. Here we are. We're here to save the day. That sort of thing. Whereas Blacktron is supposed to be like super secret spy renegades, like all this cool stuff. And that's what Blacktron 1 was. Like they had those black leather outfits and everything. Then Blacktron 2 comes along and they're like, yeah, we could be cool too, you know? Yeah, like Mad Max. Yeah, the Mad Max vibes of the original Blacktron are just completely gone. It doesn't feel like the same theme at all. And to be perfectly honest, I sometimes question whether or not the things we're told about Blacktron, especially Blacktron 2, are actually true, because after building all of the Blacktron 2 sets and owning them and, you know, like having some time with them, I've really come to question the idea that this is like a rogue space agency. They really just strike me as explorers, like Explorian explorers. Like that's what I mean. Like I don't get it. I you know, all their little ships and little exploratory crafts. Like I don't know. Like they don't strike me as being covert operatives or anything like that. Like Blacktron 1 had the look, had the vibe, the minifigures, the vehicles, everything just kind of fit. It really meshed. But Blacktron 2, they just look like spacefaring, you know, explorers. I'm not getting it. So I almost wonder if the sets were designed and then it was given the theme later on, if that makes sense. Like the sets, the builds, physical models were designed, but maybe not designed explicitly to be a Blacktron thing. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm just spitballing ideas here. I don't know why Blacktron 2 doesn't resemble Blacktron 1 very much at the end of the day, but it has great sets. There's nothing wrong with the sets in Blacktron 2, and I really enjoy a lot of them. It's a really solid theme. I just don't think it's a good successor to Blacktron at the end of the day. One of my favorite aspects about this video was the color scheme recoloring that I did when I took some sets from Blacktron 2 and gave them the Blacktron 1.5 color scheme, and even some sets from Blacktron 1 and updated them as well too. Getting all the trans red elements was kind of tricky, but I'm glad I made the effort to do it because I really enjoyed the results. Like I said earlier, I always have a lot of fun talking about color schemes and color choices, and this was a really neat visual experiment, and it was really satisfying to show it off at the end of the day. One of the things I wanted to do was to take the Meteor monitor and put it in Blacktron 1 colors by changing the white pieces out to yellow, but one of the elements, and I can't remember if it's the little engine pieces out on the wingtips, or if it's the fulcrum for the levers. But one of those two parts is really rare in yellow, or is even a non-production color. I can't remember which it is, but yeah, I looked at the price tags on those parts and decided, you know, I'm gonna have to place an order, and then I'll have to wait for months for it to show up, and the summer of Slug will be over by then. Better to just do the video, and I'm glad I made that choice, because I don't think I would have otherwise pursued this one much further. Yeah, I think overall this is a really cool video that sums up what I try to do on our Slugger with my channel. It's a set review, yes, but it's also tying into the larger tapestry of Lego. It's showing this evolution of a color scheme across multiple years, and it's looking at the set in an interesting way. It's not just talking about like, okay, here's the set. Of course, here I am, I'm talking about the alternate builds as well too, which is cool, and this set really does have some cool alternate builds. But beyond that, it's showing the evolution of the toy, I suppose, the evolution of the series. And I think that's cool, and it's very valuable to look at that. Now, I know the Summer of Slug is home to wacky and frenetic ideas and video concepts, but this one's gotta be up there. This is the Missing Link, and it's all about a Lego pizza. It's all about Lego pizza. It's such a strange idea for a video, and it was kind of bonkers to make. I remember thinking as I was working on it, like, can I really do this? Like, can I do this? I don't know. It just seemed like is the audience there for this? I don't know. I had a dream. I had a vision with this. And in rewatching it recently, I think basically what came out the other end of the machine was exactly what I envisioned. Like this shot. I love this. Oh man, it cracks me up every time I see it. But I wanted to basically trick the audience as the still frame is, you know, doing its slow pan out like all my shots always do. They're either panning in or panning out, or I guess zooming in, zooming out, I should say. As it does that, then all of a sudden it just snap zooms over to the person standing in the corner of the shot. And then it goes into stop motion animation. That was a really tough shot to set up. I spent a lot of work getting it all in line. And you can notice as it snap zooms that like the lighting changes too, because I'm moving the lamps in the background to reflect it. Yeah, it's kind of wacky. Just like, I had a very specific idea on what I wanted that shot to look like, and it mostly turned out the way that I wanted, so I'm pretty pleased about that. The other tough one, or tough thing I had to do in this video was basically the thumbnail, and the thumbnail might look like it's it might look like it involves some digital trickery and whatnot, but it's all photography. So what I did is I set up my macro lens, and all these pizza shots you're seeing, they're all against a dark turquoise plate as the background, and I made sure that they were all in focus and replaced them very gingerly without bumping the lens. Macro lenses are really, like the zoom is so intense that it's really easy to just ever so slightly nudge the camera, and then all of a sudden your shot's messed up. So I was trying to get them all in the exact same spot, so I actually had this plate attached to bricks behind it that were taped down to the table. So like everything was locked down as I could. And I set up the pizza tiles on it and photographed them. But for the thumbnail, I photographed a black round 2x2 tile. And then after I'd photographed that, I took it off and stuck on the square 2x2 black tile with the question mark print on it. And you see this sometimes pop up, Slugger sitting on the little black cube with the question mark. It's a real Lego element. And once I had photographed the two, then I just simply cropped the black question mark square into a circle and superimposed it over top of the previous photo with the black round 2x2 tile, and that's how I created the thumbnail. So it's all done with photography at the end of the day. There's no I didn't have to do any digital trickery, that sort of thing. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Sometimes you can win them like that, and sometimes you can't. Talking about World City in the video was an interesting segue as well too, because World City is, again, like totally fitting for this video. It is weird and wacky, and I don't even really know what to make of it most of the time. It's a strange Lego City theme, and it has its fans, that's for sure. They definitely sounded off in the comment section. And I kind of consider myself one of them. I just like how bizarre it is. It's got really strange dystopian vibes to it, and I don't think those are intended, but like it seemed like every other set was like intelligence gathering or a police set, or like there's just so many like services, but like who are the citizens? So like who's living in World City? Like I don't see anybody living in this city. There's just like transportation services and police and fire rescue and like all this sort of stuff, but no average day-to-day civilian life. So I just, and with the way the backgrounds are kind of shown, like the background renders and whatnot for that series, makes me think like it's just these service industry workers like working in an abandoned city. It just has really bizarre vibes to it. So it was a perfect fit for this video. Yeah. Anyways, that's the missing link. It's a strange one, but it has a perfect home here in the summer of Slug. This was an interesting video to work on for a number of reasons. So this is the Happy Birthday Dash Justice video, basically kind of testing the waters for an Alpha Team retrospective series. One of the reasons it was interesting to work on was because this was one of, or I guess my first major collaboration with another person. So Boggle Rocket and I worked together on the script writing and on the vocal delivery of the script, and we kind of traded basically paragraphs. We're kind of bouncing back and forth as we went, and we're currently working on an Alpha Team retrospective series with many delays. Obviously, this video came out, like 8 months ago now, and we don't have anything to show for our collaboration at the moment. There's obviously lots of things that we've been working on, but progress moves pretty slowly when two people are involved. And honestly, I didn't expect this, but I should have expected this, given the way that the similar boat I find myself in with the How to Build Rock Raiders series. On one hand, working with other people is great because you can offload some of the work. You don't have to shoulder the whole burden on your own shoulder, which I usually do with most of my videos. However, sometimes working with other people also leads to delays because you aren't the only cook in the kitchen anymore. Nothing moves at your pace. You have to get approval and you have to work together. And sometimes even just knowing that other people are going to be involved prevents me from really, putting a lot of effort into planning out a deadline. And that's kind of the situation I've fallen into with the How to Build Rock Raider series, and evidently it's where Alpha Team sits right now. Both Boggle and I are still into it. We still like the idea, but it's really hard to pin down a date to actually do things and then actually plan when it's going to be released. I know I've been saying different release dates to a lot of people who ask about this series, like, oh, it'll be out by April, it'll be out before the Summer of Slug, it'll be this or that, and none of them have come to pass, and I feel bad about that because I honestly do want to try. I want to make this happen. So, Boggle and I will definitely get together and we'll discuss what needs to happen for that to transpire. Honestly, I'm thinking our best path forward is to just do a video from this series when we can. I think right now we've been looking at it as, okay, we need to set up so that we have the whole series planned out. We've got all the scripts written. We know where we're going from point A to point B. We take it super seriously, make sure all of our ducks are in a row before we release even one video. And it's just not seeing results right now, and I apologize for the folks that have been waiting, because I know who you are and you've been waiting a long time for this, and I don't want to disappoint. So the stakes are kind of high, but at the end of the day too, these are just fun Lego videos, and if they're not actually being made, if they're not being produced, we're not working on them, then, you know, we'll have nothing to show for it at the end of the day. And we want to share all the cool things we've learned about Alpha Team and our love for this series. So I'm thinking something along the lines of just jumping in every now and then to post a new video will do well, because the series is short. It's not like it's a huge series. There's something like 8 sets, and that's about it. So we want to do the theme justice, but we also don't want to have to spend forever trying to make it perfect. You know, perfect is the enemy of progress. So we're gonna work on that. As for this video itself, I think it's good. However, it really did teach me that jumping back and forth between 2 different vocal deliveries, both in performance as well as in recording, is really tough to edit around. It's really tough to, you know, make the audio seamless. I really struggled with that. So I've definitely told Boggle this now that we've done this video. It's kind of a way to test the waters, like I mentioned. But in the future, when we actually do the Alpha Team Retrospective series, we're going to do a lot less of jumping between the 2 of us and much more of, okay, I'm going to take this page, you can start talking on the next page, that sort of thing when it comes to reading it out. Because I really struggled with this from the audio department. And I think it turned out okay, like it's not that jarring, but we have very different vocal affects, and of the 2 of us, I think Boggle's voice is way better for YouTube than mine, but that's I guess that's just how I feel about it. He's got that nice, soft-spoken British accent and everything, and I've got this harsh Canadian accent, so yeah. You know, we collaborate in other ways. I think both of us bring something to the table, and yeah, I want to see it through to the end. I guess I'll share something a little bit here too. We were working on script writing for this series just a couple weeks ago, and one of the interesting things, because we have it in a shared living document, I think it's a Google Doc or whatever, where we're kind of chiming in with different things. I added some bits, and then I saw he had added some bits, and when I went and looked at the stuff he had written, some of the opinions he had shared directly contradicted some of the opinions I shared earlier, and we had to kind of get together and decide, okay, well, do we want to homogenize our opinions, or is this actually a benefit, like a pro of having 2 hosts? Maybe this is what it's for. We should maybe have some conflicting opinions on things. So when this series actually does get off the ground and we actually do make some significant progress, that might be something worth looking forward to, where you get to hear 2 different opinions on it. Regardless, I'm looking forward to it when we finally get around to it. We have tons of assets already prepared, original music, some animation already done for it. Yeah, like the works. So I think it'll be a lot of fun when we get there. And I just don't know when that will be. I'm sorry. All right, the return of the bad advice from our Slugger. Bad advice for washing Lego. This, honestly, it's probably the best video I made during the summer. Maybe it's the best video I've ever made. I have no idea, but I rewatched it and kind of felt that you know what? This is all really good advice. Like, it's straightforward, it's to the point, it doesn't waste your time. What is it, only like, I don't know, 5 minutes long? Yeah, 5.5 minutes. Yeah, super quick. And yeah, it just bing, bang, boom, you're done. Yeah, add soap and water, wash it, you know? There were folks that really wanted to know my process for washing Lego, so I felt obligated to oblige them. Yeah, I don't really have that much more to say about this. I might do another bad advice video for the next Summer of Slug. Yeah, actually, this Time Cruisers shot, yeah, of what's his name, Millennium, Professor Millennium, in the bathtub. I was really happy I got to reuse that, because that's actually taken from the Whirling Time Warper video that I made way back in the day, and I even got to use it for the thumbnail for this video. So that was a kind of cool, creative use of an old photo. Yeah. I'm happy that all this live action footage turned out pretty well. This was just me filming in my basement, at the basement kitchenette area. But I had to put a lot of lamps in there to get the lighting up bright enough, because my basement's pretty dark. So yeah, getting all that set up took a little bit of time. I'm glad it turned out though. Like, I think you can really see what's going on here. You know, there's toothbrush and soap and water, and you put it in the salad spinner and you wash it. Yeah, it's a really satisfying process, to be honest. And I still use like all of the advice in this video. I still do it whenever I need to wash Lego. I use the salad spinner, soap and water, put it outside, do all that sort of stuff, shake out the bricks if I need to. I got a kind of a funny joke out of some of the live action footage of putting the parts outside on the towel. The color correction was like totally messed up on those shots, just because of the lighting outside, I guess, or whatever. And I tried to fix it and then realized I couldn't really fix it. And so I just kind of leaned into it and I said, like, oh, I live in Canada, that's why the lighting is weird. Just decided to make a joke of it. Yeah, that's, you know, it's not real. Like, it doesn't look like that outside. Yeah, this shot here. I live in Canada. That's why the blue is like uber cranked. That's not actually true. I don't know if I tricked anyone. I'm sorry if I did, but that's not actually what it looks like outside. It's just weird color balance issues. Yeah. Anyways, if you want some more bad advice from our Slugger, let me know in the comments of this video what you'd like to see this summer. I'm open to ideas, open to suggestions. Let me know. I think there's something that exists in internet culture as a universal thing. Bear with me. I think there's something that exists in internet culture as a universal thing, like a universal truth, that when somebody bashes or critiques something that we personally don't like, we agree with them and it empowers us and we feel good and we have a good laugh. But if somebody critiques something that we do like, then all of a sudden, friends off. We're no longer friends. I hate you. That sort of thing. Now, obviously, I'm hyperbolizing here, but this is a video that is definitely one of those sorts of videos. If you are already inclined to agree with the positions that I present in this video, if you're already inclined to agree with my opinion, then you probably really enjoyed this video, and it's cathartic in a way, where maybe the same issues you had with the Lego Space book, whatever this one's called, Lego Space, what is it, 1978 to 1992, yeah. Whatever criticisms you might have with that book, and I bring them to light, maybe that feels good, it's vindicating, you're like, yes, Slugger gets it. But if you personally enjoy this book a lot and you hear me complaining about it, you're like, well, Slugger, come on, you know, like, you know, you're being too harsh, like, you're being snarky and whatever, right? So, and I think both sides are true. Like, I think both sides of that equation have merit. So, yeah, I don't know. This is definitely an opinionated piece, and some of these last few videos in the Summer of Slug were definitely opinionated pieces. But I really wanted to like this book a lot more than I ended up than I ended up doing, I suppose. So I kind of wanted to get the word out about it and just kind of warn people that, like, hey, you know, all these people online that are saying this is the best thing since sliced bread, they're kind of missing some big issues, some big problems with this book. They're not mentioning this. So I came off as overly antagonistic, I think. And that's a reaction to the overwhelmingly positive press that surrounded this book's release. So I intentionally took a much more negative stance against it, to kind of offset. Now, of course, there's lots of things to like about the book, and I talk about it in this video, in this review. I mentioned the photography is just bar none some of the best. It's really, really cool to see behind the scenes photos of how they set up the shots and all the different like mirrors and things the lights and everything that they had to do to get the photos the way they wanted them. That to me was just so cool, so cool. But the actual content of the book itself, there's some issues. Yeah, there's some problems with it, and I was really quick to point out some of the issues I had in this video. I hope that was helpful for potential buyers of the book. I hope they found my my review useful. Should you buy it? Should you not buy it? That sort of thing. One of the things I do in this video is I talk about alternatives, because you don't have to buy the official LEGO branded products. There's several books by No Starch Press that are way better than this book. So I recommended those publications. And you know what's really interesting? After I made this video, I want to say within a month, it wasn't that long after, No Starch Press reached out to me, and they actually wanted me to promote one of their books. It was a Lego architecture book or something like that. I politely turned them down, but I did let them know that I was already preaching their brand. I'm not sure if they reached out because of this video or if it was strictly coincidental, but yeah, I'm better as a customer, is what I said to them. Yeah, you have me as a customer. I don't necessarily need to be a spokesman. Are they ever going to do a Lego Space 1993 to whenever book as a follow-up? Doubtful. I don't think so. This is the era that seems to be the target of Lego nostalgia. And I think Lego as a company views the early 2000s, late 90s as a really dark period, because it was from a corporate standpoint, from the company's standpoint, those were the bad times, those were the bad years, that sort of thing. Now, from an enjoyer of Lego, like from the other side of the perspective, I often refer to that time as being the creative golden age of Lego. That's when they were doing their most interesting ideas. That's where they were throwing everything at the wall, seeing what would stick, and we got some really cool themes out of that time period. So yes, financial disaster, financial ruination, but I don't care. I don't have stock in Lego. I don't care how the company was doing in the early 2000s. Why should I care, right? I care about the toys that they made, the different products that they made, and they made some darn good ones during that time. And yeah, I just regretfully, I regret that they don't feel the same way I do. They you know, I wish you could see Earth the way I see it, Shepard. It's so perfect, you know. I wish you could see life on Mars like I see it, Lego. It's just so perfect. Since I'm here anyways, I might as well mention that I did get one detail wrong in my review here. I talk about the little blurbs that are written in light gray. You can see it here on the screen. and how they are works of fiction that are inserted into the book alongside other archival material, giving the sense that they have some sort of canonical worth or canonic authenticity. Let's say that's the word I'm really looking for. That they don't actually have, at least in my opinion. They're non-contemporary sources, essentially. And I made the point that the two are presented side by side with no declaration that they're different. And I was wrong. There's a page, I think it's in the first 20 pages. There's a little blurb, page 16 or 17, if my memory serves, where Tim Johnson mentions that really quickly, really briefly. And it's really easy to miss. Obviously, I missed it, but it is there. It is inside the book. So kudos, I'm glad that the book mentions it there. It could have made it much more overt. It could have not included the fictional write-ups. I would have been much happier. And if it had more information on how the sets were developed, maybe more interviews, like there's other stuff that could have been put in the book that I think would have been more beneficial to a fan of Lego space. But it's not the route that they went with. They kind of did a hodgepodge of sorts. It had some archival merit, some fictional merit, all that sort of stuff. I just don't think it really excelled in any one area besides the photography. I kind of give it a pass. I'd say pass on it. That's what I mean. I don't recommend it. It's very expensive for what it is. And in order to make this video, I actually had to buy a physical copy and buy a digital copy too. So they got a lot of money out of our Slugger. The best and worst Lego pieces according to R.R. Slugger. This is... I can't believe it took me this long to make a video like this, to be honest. It was something that was hinted at in one of my previous videos. Oh man, which one was it? Where I talk about why I don't like 2x2 turntables or lever elements. Someone will remind me. But I hinted at it a long time ago, and folks were really up in arms. Like, what do you mean you don't like 2x2 turntables or lever elements? Like, what? How? What? So, they had to make this list for sure. And what I decided to do here was a top 5, bottom 5 sort of arrangement, where I do the bottom 5, and then the top 5, then the bottom 4, then the top 4, and so on, all the way up to the number 1 pick for both. And I think for a lot of folks, they took a look at this list and said, okay, that's wrong. And, fair enough. It's my list. And I think if I were to really spend a lot more time thinking about, okay, what is actually my favorite Lego piece? What is actually my least favorite? And really weigh it among the, tens of thousands of molds that the company has produced over the years, we might get some different answers. Like, who knows if this clip system thing is actually one of my least favorite things the company's ever made. I don't know. I really don't like it, and I dislike it the more times I have to deal with it. So, and it seems to be getting more and more popular as a connection system, even though I think it's just worse than the connection system it tries to replace. It has some limited use case potential where the clip side only has to be a plate thick rather than a brick thick, but that's kind of just an ongoing problem with Lego's construction and its delineation into smaller and smaller granular elements. So yeah, I don't think that's a good thing that one side of the connection can be a plate thick. I think that speaks to a larger problem with Lego set design. So I would rather keep it to brick size connections personally. The 2x2 turntable slander went over okay. I think folks were they could understand where I was coming from, even if a lot of folks disagreed. They said, 2x2 turntables are really great. Like, I love them. I love how they make things swivel. For me, they just feel really cheap. Like, I'm kind of shocked it remains in LEGO's parts catalog, because the part doesn't, in my opinion, feel up to the same quality standards we expect from LEGO. It feels like a cheap knockoff to me. And I never liked it in sets back then, and I still don't like that I still see it in sets today completely unchanged. So, yeah, the 4x4 turntable, excellent. Love it. Love it. Both the one with the ratcheting in it and the one without the ratcheting, both of them are excellent. Superb. But the 2x2, terrible. It's so flimsy and bad. Ugh. Now, where the slander really went off the charts was with the LEGO lever. And oh my goodness, I cannot put into words the amount of gaslighting I received over this take that I have in the video. So basically, I was trying to explain that older LEGO levers, the ones that you would have had in sets in the 80s and the 90s, early 90s, that sort of idea, the plastic quality back then, or like the ABS, that they were using, had much more clutch power. It was just more grippy. And sometimes you would put a LEGO lever down on a stud and it would just fuse to the plastic. Like, they would refuse to separate. You needed a butter knife to go in there and crank it out, essentially. And oh my goodness, the number of people who chimed in saying that I was making this problem up, it's not a real issue, it's all in my head, like I'm doing it wrong, like so many people. Oh my goodness, I made a separate video on slugging around because of this, because of the amount of comments I was getting on this video saying that this is not a real issue, Slugger, I've never experienced this, yada yada yada. I made a separate video just explaining the issue, like trying to go into deeper detail, saying like, this is why it's happening. All this part would need to be fixed and improved immensely is just a little groove on the side of it, just like tiles have, for the same reason. Like grill pieces and tiles, they have this part for the exact same reason, because you need a way to be able to lift it off of the stud. And if it doesn't have studs on top of it, you can't use a brick separator to get it out. You need a groove on the bottom. That's all the LEGO lever needs. Like that's all I'm asking for. And folks were making it out like I was crazy, like off my rocker. And I was just dumbfounded by the amount of folks just willing to jump in and say, this is not a problem, Slugger. You're imagining things. So like I said, I made a separate video going into more detail, and all it ended up doing was getting more responses of people saying I was mad. It was immensely frustrating. And I think it really comes down to a lot of folks commenting have never experienced it. And if you haven't experienced it, then I guess you're right. Like, I mean, modern levers, they just pop on and off, no problem. The ABS plastic has lost tons of its clutch power in recent years, for better or for worse. And I guess for better in this case, because LEGO levers are not an issue at all anymore. Like any modern set with a LEGO lever, and when I say modern, I'm talking 2004 and onwards, by the way. I think that's where we have to draw the line, is the great color purge and all the changes in the brick catalog and the approach to how sets were designed, the introduction of conflict in a box, like all these things kind of correlate around that time period. So you've got the old grays, 2003 and prior, and then you've got the new grays, new color palette, all this sort of new direction of LEGO 2004 onwards. So that's what I say when I say modern LEGO. And I realize some of the folks watching this video weren't even alive in 2004, but that's where I think we have to draw the line. When we talk about old LEGO and new LEGO, it's got to be when they changed the colors, 2003, 2004. So anyways, so I'm talking about modern sets from that period onwards. You'll never run into this sort of issue with LEGO levers. But back in the 90s, it was kind of a crapshoot. You had like 50-50 chance sometimes of popping on a lever onto a plate, and all of a sudden you can't take it off anymore. Yeah, this clip right here, this one you're seeing, I still, to this day, have not separated those parts. Like, I'm sure if I take a knife to it, I'll be able to do it, but every now and then I'll just kind of fidget with it again, see if I can get them off, and they don't. Like, they will not separate. Why don't people believe me? I don't understand. So yeah, it's a real problem. It really happened. It really exists. And because the part was never modified to add a groove to it like a tile has, I think it deservingly belongs in the bottom 5 of Lego parts. It would be such an easy fix, such a simple thing to do. And they never did it. And to this day, they haven't done it. Instead, they solved the problem by making the plastic quality worse. So I guess there's your solution. Here you go, Slugger. Thankfully, I thank my lucky stars that some folks chimed in the comment section and said, yes, thank you for saying this, Slugger. I had this exact issue as a kid. Oh my goodness, it made me at least feel like I wasn't the only one. Because the other folks that, I think they were trying to be helpful by saying like, no, you actually just need to twist it this way, or what I do is I put my thumb here, or I like to do it, but you know, all that sort of stuff. I appreciate what the intention was there. I think the intention was to try to help, but what it was really doing was just avoiding the issue that I was trying to bring up. It was a misunderstanding of the problem. The problem wasn't a matter of leverage. The problem was the parts were fused together, like they're physically stuck together. You would have to break one of the elements to get the other one off of it to separate them. Like, it's just something that used to happen with the old plastics that they used to use. And, you know, maybe that's a problem. Maybe too much clutch power is a problem. I think personally that had the part been modified to actually have a groove on the bottom, the problem would have taken care of itself. That would have done away with the problem, and then we'd have better clutch power, and we wouldn't have to rely on Technic frames in every single Lego set, and yada yada yada. Honestly, this whole topic here would be a really fascinating video, so maybe I'll look into doing that in the future, because obviously I've got thoughts and opinions on it. You know what I don't have though is evidence. I don't have a lot of proof. It's tough to gauge, you know, clutch power. I suppose if you set up a rig with like scales on either side pulling bricks apart, that sounds way more complicated than this Slug is capable of, but it would probably work. That probably would be a way to demonstrate clutch power. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm willing to go all that distance. Only for folks to still say it's all in my head. Because you know that would happen. Or to brush it off and say like, well, you know, yeah, that's not really a big problem. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Just going endless lengths to prove I'm not crazy, only to be met with, you know, tepid responses like that. I don't think my heart could take it. I think that'd be it. The last thing I'll mention here is part 30303, my favorite Lego piece. Still is. I'm not changing my answer there. I love it. I had a lot of folks saying Slugger hates curved elements, but then he also likes this element that has a curved part to it. I think that's a pretty gross oversimplification of what I actually said in the video, because the curved slope elements that I do hate, that I really despise, are coming up here in the #1 spot. I think they're just the worst piece in modern Lego. What they do is they take otherwise blocky and studded areas, and they just like smooth over them, and they're used so ubiquitously in Lego now. It's just everywhere, a true modern plague, like everywhere within Lego. This footage may be disturbing. That's good. That's funny. So that to me is completely different than part 30303. And the other thing about part 30303 is that it has many studs on it. Like it's a combination of smooth elements with studded elements and angular sides to it as well too. Like it's really the best of both worlds. It puts it all together. And it's not like I hate every curved element in Lego. There are plenty of curved elements that I really enjoy. It's just this particular one is it's an enemy of mine. Because I think it just takes away from Lego's appearance. I think it makes Lego look worse. Lego looked better before this part existed. That's just my opinion. It's subjective, and I'm not wrong, just like you're not wrong if you say you like the way that Lego looks now. You know, that's fine. Whatever, we can disagree. I don't care. Like, this is my top 5, bottom 5 list. You're free to disagree with it. Yeah. And yeah, I guess those little 1x1 tile pieces are bad too. Yeah, they might be the true number ones. So anyways, I think I've rambled long enough about this video, almost as long as the video itself at this point. Yeah, it was a fun video to make. I'm glad I made it. I ruffled a lot of feathers. I questioned my own sanity on multiple occasions, but here we are. It is what it is. I love tier lists. It's a guilty pleasure, I think. I just love YouTube tier lists. I can't get enough of these darn things. It's junk food. Pure junk food. like what am I doing here, you know? Like what sort of valuable insight am I providing? Like, I'm just saying, like, I like this figure, I'm gonna put it up here. I don't like this figure, I'm gonna put it down here. Like, it's worthless, meaningless entertainment. But I love them. I can't get enough of them. Look at, like, so anyways, I took a crack at one here. In my own defense, I suppose, I tried to make it as informed as it could be. I think that's what I'm trying to go for here. Because I don't have all of the sets from all of these series, I can't rank the sets. So why not rank the minifigures? Because I have the minifigures, or at least I thought I did when I started making this video, but it turns out I didn't. So I had to use some placeholders here or there. And the end of the summer of Slug was fast approaching. I could not wait for a Bricklink order to come in with the figures I was missing, only to just give them C's or D's anyways. So yeah, it's not a perfect video, and it's a little bit more rushed than I would have liked, but that's okay. I think it still turned out really well. And I mean, I love it. I think it's one of my favorites from the summer. It's really entertaining for me because it's just junk food, like I said. It's just you know, popcorn. Yep. And you just put it on in the background. You hear Slugger talk about space minifigures for an hour. Why not? Sign me up. That sounds like a lot of fun. Kind of in an opposite problem to the last video we were just talking about. In this video, more folks had problems with the way I was ranking the minifigures rather than the way that I did rank the minifigures. So what I mean by that is lots of folks were chiming in saying, like, you can't have S, A, B, C, and D. It has to be S, A, B, C, D, and F, or it has to be A, B, C, D, F. Like there was just, or you can't rank within the tiers, otherwise it's just a ranked list. It's not a tier ranking anymore. Like, so many different ways. Everyone had a different standard they wanted me to rank these by, and I just have to say, you're all wrong. Every single one of you is wrong. This is the like on tiermaker.com or whatever, this is the default standard. This is the one. Like, this is just, I just booted it up and I loaded in my pictures. I didn't change any of the colors or anything like that. This is just the standard one. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, sorry. One of the fun opportunities that I really seized in making this video was doing macro lens photography of all these space minifigures. I had a lot of fun getting those shots, and it made the video come off as more polished, I think, at the end of the day. So yeah, I really am glad that I went through the effort to do that rather than just scraping photos off of Bricklink, though I did scrape a few photos off of Bricklink, as you can see. But yeah, it gave it a good uniformity, and I've used some of these photos since then. This Futuron one that I'm grabbing right now, it's actually one that I wanted to use, but there's a hair on one of the hands. I wanted to use it in one of my Lego Space videos. We'll be talking about that video coming up shortly. But yeah, when I went back and looked at the photo again a few months later, I looked at it and I was like, is that a hair just like sitting on the minifigure's hand? How did I miss that? And you know, honestly, that happens all the time when photographing small things. You just don't realize the little bits of dust or skin flakes or eyelashes or cat hair or whatever, you know, that gets the crud that gets on these figures. You don't realize it when you're photographing it, looking through the tiny little viewfinder, or even on the screen on the camera, because the screen on the camera is it's no bigger than the palm of your hand. Like it's tiny as well too. But once you blow it up on your big screen and you start the editing process, you start seeing these imperfections. You're like, oh no, what? Oh, I can't use that shot. That's gross, right? Like, so yeah, that one flew under the radar when I was making this video, the tier ranking video. But I definitely noticed it the second time I tried to use that photo, so oops. One thing I'm really glad I did for this video is I wrote out my tier list ahead of time. Like, I had notes, and as I was talking through the video, I was referring back to my notes. Like, I put a lot of planning into this video, believe it or not. I'm not just like shooting from the hip here, saying like, Blacktron, let's put it up in S tier or whatever. No, I'd basically figured it out ahead of time, and then towards the end of this video, once I had put everything on, I started shifting some things around to try to get a nice bell curve to it all, just because I figured that's what I wanted to do. And yeah, I'm really glad I did that, because it led to a much more concise video, less rambling like I'm doing right now. Lots of rambling, right? So that was good. And the other thing too is that I think it led to a more thoughtful, well-reasoned selection of where to put things, because I had thought about it quite a bit ahead of time and kind of planned out my choices. So those were both good things about the approach of making this video. And as a result, to this day, I stand by my list. I think my tier list is exactly how I feel about it even now. Yeah. The newest Lego Space figures, and I talk about this in that video we're going to talk about here in a little bit, actually, the Lego Space 2025 video. The newest Lego Space figures with modifications, the modifications that I recommend in that video, I would rank in a B on this tier list. I'd put them up in B somewhere, probably mid B, low B, something like that. It's like an updated Futuron design that, in my opinion, I think actually looks better than the original Futuron design. I know that might be heresy, but that's just how I feel. I think it succeeds in a lot of ways with the colored sleeve of the division color, that sort of thing. Yeah, we'll look at those minifigures here in a little bit, and I need to still pick-a-brick order a few more torsos to round out my ranks there a bit, so I should probably do that here pretty soon. Yeah, otherwise I don't really have too much to say here. I got to dig into Mars mission and knock it down just like it deserves to be, because like the minifigures of Mars mission are pretty indefensible. Like that was kind of the consensus I was gathering from the comment section. A lot of folks who even enjoy Mars mission and the sets and whatnot, or the theme or whatever they like about the theme, I don't get it, but whatever. Even they were kind of saying like, yeah, you're right. You know, the alien designs are awful. Like they're just pitiful. And the astronaut designs, there were definitely some defenders of the astronaut designs, but a lot of folks still too were conceding and saying like, yeah, you know, compared to the stiff competition, they're not great. They definitely are a step down in quality. On the flip side, I got to boost up the tires, pump up the tires of Blacktron 1 for one thing, as being excellent minifigures, just stellar. UFO being another big one, and Life on Mars Martians. Yeah, so that was all good stuff. I think if I were to adjust anything about the top S rankings there, like I think they're all still S tier, but I probably wouldn't put the Martians at the #1 spot anymore. There were some good counterpoints made, one of which being that the Martians all suffer from fragility problems. The arms are prone to breaking, and they're exceptionally difficult to replace. There's never been a good replacement. I had a whole video about that last year, about that issue. Last year, 2 years ago now? Oh my goodness, it's been so long. So yeah, maybe putting the Lego Life on Mars Martians at #1 was a bit of an overstep on my part. But they're great. They still are great. I still think they're S tier. But maybe Blacktron 1 or UFO deserved the #1 spot. So that's fair. I could concede to that for sure. And with that, we say goodbye to the Summer of Slug 2024. I definitely left out a few other videos that came out during the summer, ones that were over on Slugging Around, for example, but that's it, you know? Yeah, the summer came and went, and it's always sad to see the summer end. This time around, though, compared to the first summer of Slug, I felt I was really successful in a lot of things. One of the big things that I learned from the first summer was that using the summer as a chance to follow up on long-standing series wasn't a good idea. It led to a lot of confusion. And the reason why is because I didn't want to use the Summer of Slug song in front of a video if it belonged to a different series. So in the Summer of Slug 2023, I had Time Cruisers videos in there that didn't have the Summer of Slug little bumper at the start of them. I think there was a Rock Raiders one, maybe even an Orient Expedition one. I can't quite recall the exact details, but I always had folks asking anytime I didn't use it. They were like, is the summer over? What's happening? What's going on? And I had to explain, no, it's not over. I just don't want to have the bumper on the start of a video that's unrelated to the summer. And this time around, I decided, you know what? No, that's the wrong approach. The rest of the year is the time when I should be making these videos that are dedicated to those specific series. I shouldn't be using the summer like a catch-up period, like a time to try to get back on track. No, the summer should be its own thing, and it should have its own video topics. So throughout the year, I would write down video ideas that were kind of wacky and off the wall and would be a perfect fit for the Summer of Slug. And I've done so again this year, of course. So the Summer of Slug 2025 will have its own kind of wacky, unique ideas, and every video will have the Summer of Slug bumper in front of it, just like it should. The other thing that's going to happen is there's going to be another community mock theme. I was really hesitant on doing it in 2024 after Star Mail. Star Mail almost killed me. So I cannot overstate how much work Star Mail was on my plate. Like insane. The hours I kept trying to get Star Mail out the door was bonkers. Like it was unreal. Metropolis, however, went so much smoother because I learned a lot of lessons from Star Mail. Oh my goodness. One of the big ones was having folks submit their models through a Google form. That was a huge burden lifted off of my plate there, and the organization kind of took care of itself then, which was big. I needed that. I really did. So that will probably happen again this year. One thing I would like to see return, however, is a section where folks can do a little write-up about what they're submitting. I was kind of missing that this year. I would get some models in and then kind of look at them and have to ponder, okay, what is this? What does it actually do? What part of Mechtropolis does it belong in? That sort of thing. So I might try to adjust the Google form to include that this time around. Now, obviously, I'd be remiss not to mention Juniper's amazing artwork. This project that she worked on here, like, it just tied the whole thing together. It made an awesome presentation, and hopefully this video was a lot more fun to watch, given the effort that she went into. None of these ideas were mine. She had carte blanche to kind of go through and figure, okay, well, let's make this sector of Mechtropolis, themed after this, and like we're gonna put the mechs that are associated with this occupation in this sector of the city, like that sort of stuff. That was all her, none of me. And she did a really super job. All I had to do was just write a couple of little blurbs about what each part of the city is about and what sort of mechs we anticipate seeing there. And then I obviously had to build the slideshow video here. And I used some standardized clip lengths. Like I changed the standard transition length and the standard photo length when you put it into DaVinci Resolve. And that's how I was able to churn it out so quickly. It was still a lot of work, of course, as it's going to be, but so much smoother than StarMail, like immensely smoother than StarMail. Oh my goodness, like StarMail, oh my God. Anyways, I don't think I really have anything else to add here. Mechtropolis was awesome. I loved the models that folks came up with, and we have a great video showcasing it all for us to go back and reminisce on. So yeah, win-win-win. Great job, everyone. Building something for me was a bit of a step into the unknown in some respects. Obviously, this idea of I'm a YouTuber and I only build things that help my YouTube channel, that sort of mindset had really taken hold of me at the time of creating this video. And so I just went out to the Lego store one day and bought a set that I just wanted to build for me. I had no plans on making a video about it and whatnot. And in creating this video, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that it was like taking a step out of what I think is more typical for me, and almost like a leap of faith, basically. I was kind of coming out and saying that, you know what, this is this is a problem I'm dealing with. This is it's definitely indicative of, you know, first world problems, that sort of thing. Like, oh, you know, I build Lego sets all the time, but this one I'm actually going to build for me this time, you know. Like, oh, wow, woe is me, you know, Slugger. Yeah, that's sounds like you have a hard life there. But in taking that step out, I was, I guess, testing the waters, maybe not for future stuff, but just I had some hesitations. I had some reservations over this concept for a video, because I can imagine a world where the response is, wow, Slugger, wow, yeah, geez, sounds like, tell me that you have some real problems, you know, like, like that's could have been the response. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm very fortunate and grateful that the response was overwhelmingly positive. A lot of folks chimed in with support, saying that, yeah, that this sounds like a real problem, and I totally understand that monetizing your hobbies, you know, can lead to this sort of downward spiral. So I guess I guess I'm glad that I didn't pull like a Katy Perry, you know, like Katy Perry has tried to step out of the bubble that we want her to do, just kind of the cheap pop music, and she's tried to do things that are more meaningful and impactful, and basically universally every single time she's done that, it's been met with, wow, you know, real problems this, you know, famous pop star has, wow, you know. Just a lot of folks that don't want Katy Perry to be thoughtful or to represent these other things. A lot of folks just don't care what, you know, Katy Perry is going through, which is really sad and depressing to think about, but, you know, that's what we see evidenced. And I was very fortunate that I didn't pull a Katy Perry here and just come out with this and have folks basically universally pan me. And so, whew, thank you for not treating me like like Katy Perry, I guess. I have to say, after making this video, it definitely impacted the way that I approached future sets. And in fact, some of the sets that we'll see in future videos, we're going to talk about one coming up here in my LEGO Space 2025 video. Right out of the box, I just decided, you know what? I know I'm not going to be happy with this set the way that it was sold to me, so I'm just going to modify it right from day one. I'm not even going to try it the way that it was originally packaged and set up, because what's the point? I already don't like the certain clip connection system that it uses. There's no point in me trying it out that way. Because at the end of the day, I'm not making a set review. I'm not trying to review the product as it is 100% from the box. I'm using LEGO as a means to an end. It's a medium, essentially, to discuss bigger things, either concerning the toy line or the different series, different original IPs, color schemes, design language. Like, there's so many things that LEGO is a great vehicle for. But I'm not trying to come out here and say you should buy this set at this price. This is a good value for money, like those sorts of things. You've never really heard me say that on this channel because it's just not what I'm about. I don't really care about that. And usually when I'm watching a video that talks about that sort of thing, where it's talking about a value for money or this or that, my eyes glaze over and I just kind of lose focus, because I don't care what some stranger on the internet says is a good value for money. It's a meaningless statistic, a meaningless variable, essentially. I can determine what's a good value for money for me, because money is all, everyone comes into it with a different income, different means of living, all those sorts of things. So what is a good value for money for one person is not going to necessarily be a good value for money for another person. And I recently just kind of went through that. My local, friendly local game store got a big shipment of Heroescape stuff in, which of course I'm a huge fan of Heroescape, and I went crazy. I went out and bought a whole bunch of things and took them home. I could barely carry them in my arms. There were so many boxes of Heroescape. And I didn't even bat an eye at the price, because to me, it was a good value for money. And if I talk about those sets on Slugscape, I'm not going to talk about value for money, because I just don't believe it's a meaningful metric to review things by. So ultimately, this video is just me talking about how the YouTube structure, or the YouTube mindset, let's say, really changes the way that you approach your own hobby. And that's what was going on with me at the time. It still does. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that this was, you know, instantly solved by making this video. It's just something that you have to grapple with somewhat when you make things for the internet. So I'm working on it little by little. LEGO Rock Raiders is not a space theme. Or is it? Well, that's the question that this video asks. Back in the summer of 2023, I wrote an article for Brick Nerd magazine in which I talk about Rock Raiders and how the lineage that we found in the 90s of LEGO Space led to Rock Raiders as being the ultimate conclusion for that. And that was something that I found very interesting as I was writing it. I had always just kind of considered Rock Raiders to be a space theme in my head, because I grew up playing the game and I knew they were explorers, like they're space explorers, and they go to planets and they mine, and that's what they do. They operate in space, right? So to me, it was just kind of a given. It's obvious that Rock Raiders is a space theme. I had never once considered that it wasn't. And it wasn't until I got into the hobby again as an adult and saw that Bricklink doesn't categorize Rock Raiders as a space theme that all of a sudden I realized there was even a debate about it. I was just so convinced of one side of the position for so long because the evidence was overwhelmingly obvious to me. However, lots of folks disagree, and I think there's a strong case to be made that Rock Raiders isn't a space theme. And as this video explains, Suzanne Eaton wrote a comment on that article post saying that Rock Raiders internally at LEGO was not considered to be LEGO Space. It was considered to be a part of some sort of series called LEGO Underground, although Underground never got off the ground. So Rock Raiders kind of stands as this sole entry in this series. So that was an interesting piece of information. And I think for a lot of folks, justifiably, they look at that and they say, well, there you have it. Rock Raiders isn't a space theme. And honestly, I can't argue with that. That's fair. If that's the proof you're looking for, then there you go. LEGO didn't consider it to be a space theme, so therefore it is not a space theme. But it really isn't that simple, as I say in the video. At least in my opinion, the LEGO Group has a lot of different ways that they categorize their products that we as a community don't care to adopt or don't pay attention to. I use the example of the teal bricks or dark turquoise bricks as they're known on Bricklink, which is what I've pretty much unanimously heard them referred to as either teal or dark turquoise. LEGO calls them bright bluish green. Like, are we wrong for calling them teal or dark turquoise? Are we supposed to change our nomenclature just because LEGO internally calls them bright bluish green? I say no, and therefore I think we bend those rules all the time based on what LEGO might internally call things. I think another example just off the top of my head is Alpha Team Mission Deep Freeze, the third wave of Alpha Team. Mission Deep Freeze, as far as I can tell, is completely a fan-made name. There's no, like, you go to the LEGO website on the Wayback Machine, when that series came out, it was just called Alpha Team, even though there was already a series called Alpha Team. The third wave was just called Alpha Team. You look in the magazines and the catalogs, you look on the boxes, nowhere does it say Mission Deep Freeze. It's never referred to as Mission Deep Freeze as a sub-theme name. So we all call it that because that's what Bricklink calls it. And are we wrong? I guess. I don't know. Are we? Like, Mission Deep Freeze seems like a pretty good way to categorize it, even though LEGO internally did not refer to it as that. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make here. We categorize things based on retrospect, whereas LEGO categorizes things in the moment. So LEGO Rock Raiders was designed to be a part of LEGO Underground in the moment, but retroactively, like in retrospect, when we look back on it, there is no LEGO Underground. That never was a series. It never was a thing. So what do we do with Rock Raiders? Do we just say it's its own thing off in its own little universe? That's what Bricklink decides to do. I personally disagree. I think it belongs with LEGO Space, and I make all my arguments here, and I think they still ring just as true as they did before we learned that Rock Raiders was designed to be something different. It's just a way to categorize the things that we like. And ultimately, and this is the best part, ultimately, none of this matters. Like, at all. None of it matters. And that's why it's so good to talk about. Like, that's why it's so fun to talk about, is because it's such a low stakes, very technical discussion that ultimately, agree to disagree is a fine takeaway from all that. You know, I'm not going to change how I categorize things just because people tell me I'm wrong, and vice versa. I don't expect anyone out there to change the way that they think about Rock Raiders, or Bricklink to change the way it categorizes Rock Raiders just because one little slug on the internet says that, no, actually it should be considered LEGO Space, you know. That's not at all what this video is about. It's just talking through the ways that we classify things. And I think it's really interesting. It's a thoughtful or a thought-provoking discussion to have, to look at how do we categorize things like that. And for me, it's been really insightful learning all of the different ways that folks look at these series, all the ways they look at these themes. For example, I never personally considered LEGO Aquazone to be a part of LEGO Space, but I totally get it. I think there's a really fair argument to be made for that. And yeah, those folks have a leg to stand on, for sure. One other thing that I thought was really interesting in this video, once I had released it, folks in the comment section started chiming in saying, well, what about Lego Power Miners? Is it Lego Underground? Is it part of Lego Underground? And I can't help but think, like, no, I mean, like, Lego Power Miners is a whole other ball of wax that was made like a decade later, has no relationship to the design team that made Rock Raiders. Like that's just apples and oranges. Like they both have similar like surface level similarities, and I've talked about that in a video as well too. Like they're about digging, and that's about it, right? Like that's all they have in common. They got like a few elements that are similar, but otherwise completely different. So no, I don't think Power Miners, even if we consider Rock Raiders to be part of Lego Underground, Power Miners isn't. It was never made to be part of the same series as Rock Raiders. Like they're just two totally separate things. They both have surface level similarities, but no, I would say they do not belong together in Lego Underground, quote unquote. And that's why this discussion is so interesting to me, because again, my opinion on that doesn't matter. No one's opinion does, right? Like, unless you are the one, trying to categorize this stuff and put it together in some sort of catalog or some organizational standard like that you're trying to create. This is just hot air that we're kind of blowing around, and it's fun to do that. It's just interesting to make, these low stakes arguments and debates and try to reason with people and see where they're coming from. I think it's a lot of fun. And this video, like, at the end of the day, I think is pretty, it doesn't move the needle either direction, but it was a good way to kind of sum up the recent news surrounding that. So yeah, I had fun making it, and I doubt I'll weigh into this all that much in the future, but Rock Raiders, I think it's still a space theme. And speaking of Rock Raiders, here we have a tribute to a fellow Rock Raider. Eric Reeves sadly passed away far too young, and this slimy slug model that he created was sent to my P.O. box, and yeah, it was really something to see this, because I knew exactly what it was when it arrived. And I tried my best here to create a bit of a tribute to Eric, even though I don't think I ever met him. I don't think I ever interacted with him online. But you can just tell, looking at the way he talks about Rock Raiders and looking at his collection and all the little improvements that he did. It's not just the sets that came in the series. He was trying to recreate the game models, which is something that me and others have been doing on my channel. Like that's what we've been trying to do as well too. And it's really great to see that passion for such a good series. So I tried my best. I tried to be a good person to hold the torch, to carry the torch forward. This is one of the things that I think is really interesting about the, I guess, adult fans of Lego sort of side of things, is the way we get together online and we talk about this or that, or we try to make little discoveries. I always get the nagging suspicion that, like 20 years ago, there was probably adult fans of Lego making these same discoveries. Like, we're just kind of following in the footsteps. Unknowingly following in the footsteps. And oftentimes I'm faced with that, where after trying to reverse engineer a model, I later find that someone, did that exact thing 20 years ago. And that's, it's the life cycle of the internet, I suppose. And it's interesting. It's interesting to think about. And it's sometimes hard to know if what I'm doing currently, or like if I'm doing a project in a video or something like that, am I actually doing something new, or is this something that somebody has already thought of before and they've already done it before? And does this just predate YouTube? Was it on an old forum site somewhere, lost into the annals of history? So Yeah, it's just something interesting to consider, because here's Eric, and he's basically collecting all the rock raiders and building all the in-game models and doing all that sort of stuff years before I ever even thought to do that. And I'm sure before Eric did it, there were adult fans of Lego doing it as well too. So we just kind of get this these echoes, these kind of echoes through time, and I think it's interesting. It's very thought-provoking. Seeing Lego differently was obviously a very important video to make. This is one that, I know that meme of everybody liked that, you know, popping up in the corner of the screen. That's kind of how the response to this video was. I got text messages from both my parents saying how proud of me they were, because they watch my videos too, and it was just so cute, you know. I obviously wouldn't have done this, or couldn't have done this, without the help of Matthew Schifrin and Bricks for the Blind. Yeah, this was his project, let's say, and I was just happy to contribute any way I could. He reached out to me, and we started chatting about this sort of stuff. He was even willing to send me a copy of the set, and I said no, like I can just go buy it. Like it's not a big deal. And yeah, he was so generous with his time, and still is like just such an amazing person. So yeah, it was a pleasure to work with Matthew on this, and I'm really proud of the results at the end of the day. I think the video is really strong and helps convey the story in an efficient manner, while still tugging at the heartstrings in the right moments. And the experience for me was just mind-altering at the end of the day. It was really something. I really distinctly remember the sensation of trying to fish around in this tiny baking pan, trying to find the parts I was looking for, struggling, and my partner helping me. She's talking through and trying to help me find the things I was looking for, and she was speaking through the instructions. And eventually I had to take a break. We'd been at it for a couple of hours, and I remember taking my blindfold off and looking at the size of the baking pan, and it's just a small thing, such a small pan. And when I had my blindfold on, it felt massive, absolutely labyrinthian. And I just kind of, I broke down. It was it's a very emotional moment for me, realizing how much I take my eyes for granted and how much I rely on them to do everything I do each day. Yeah, it was really, really impactful to me. So I, as a person, am really appreciative of having this experience. It spoke to me. And hopefully this video spoke to other people as well too. It's a really important organization, Bricks for the Blind, and I'm very humbled to have helped in some small way to help get the word out. If that's what I can do at the end of the day, then I'm happy, and like I say, I'm humbled to have helped. I think one last thing I'm going to share here is just a funny anecdote. Matthew and I were chatting about all sorts of things during work on this project, and we got talking about music, of course. He's a very accomplished musician, plays the accordion. And I remember chiming in, and we had a discussion about the accordion, because I've tried to play the accordion before, but I said to him, one of the hardest things about playing the accordion that I felt was that I can't see the piano keyboard. Like, I can't see the keyboard that my right hand is playing. And he responded by saying, well, neither can I. I've never been able to see the keyboard. It's great. Like, I really enjoyed talking with him over our various chats that we had. He has such a great wit that is really really appreciated. Yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to share that. It was kind of fun. I think the segment of the video that I was most on the fence about was the final construction and final presentation of the model once all was said and done. In my head, I thought this needs to be done without visuals. It really, in order to make the message kind of impact the way I want it to, it needs to be done without visuals. I need to be able to describe what the vehicle was, what the model was at the end of the day. So I became very descriptive in my language, and I tried to explain the dimensions of it. And the whole time I was trying not to show anything. So there's no photography being done there. Now in that section, I was filming with a very out of focus lens and using color. I had a lamp that I was kind of moving around to try to show a little bit of what Matthew had described to me, because I asked him about his blindness, and he had mentioned that, on a good day he can get a little bit of light, but that's about it. And I kind of took that and tried to recreate that. I don't know if I was successful or not, but blindness has many different. It's like a spectrum, I suppose. So there's many degrees of blindness. That's what I'm trying to say. And what I was trying to show was just one example of that. So yeah, I think it hit home. I was kind of worried that maybe it would be like going a little too far with the whole thing, but I'm glad I did it that way, and I think it's a good message to the end of the video. Here's a video that was short and sweet. This is the Time Cruisers calendar that I bought off of eBay. I went through and I scanned all the images, and I just needed some way to show it off to the world and be like, here you go, you can download these images. They're in the video description. Here's Max Timebuster's car or time machine, right? The original thing that inspired Time Cruisers, the series, which we all know and love. Yeah, so that was one aspect of the video. But the other aspect was a fan recreation of that. Patrick Bionatsky worked really hard and made a really impressive variation on it. It's not one-to-one. It wasn't intended to be one-to-one, but it's super impressive. And yeah, just the scale of it is really immense. So I wanted to be able to show that off too, because as far as I know, that's the only physical recreation of this model out there. So very nice, very nice. At the end of the video, I tease another Time Cruisers episode. I haven't made it yet. I don't know when that'll happen, Eventually, when I get around to it, it's pretty low stakes. It's not that important. We've covered all the important stuff about Time Cruisers at this point in time, so maybe that one will end up happening. There's actually a lot of Rock Raiders videos I still have yet to make as well too. Lots of things planned for Rock Raiders, but yeah, these legacy themes, like these are so intrinsically tied to Slugger's identity as a Lego person, Lego personality, I suppose. Yeah, Time Cruisers and Rock Raiders, like those are the big two, I feel. And I love Time Cruisers. I love Time Cruisers so much. And actually, in the last couple of days, I've been in a real Time Cruisers mood, so I'm kind of kicking something around for the Summer of Slug. I'll write it down. I'll see if I actually go with this idea or not. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled. We'll see. Yeah, short and sweet. There you go. Time flies when you're having fun. So we've gone from having a couple of videos that I've talked about where the amount of things I've had to say equaled the video length, or sometimes even went a little longer. But here's one. This is a big video, the Lego Scary Monsters Studios theme. And I'll be honest, I don't really have a lot to say as commentary here. This was only possible given the donations made by Visprin and Luke. They sent these sets to my P.O. box because they heard that I didn't have them when I talked about LEGO Studios, and so they were like, well, now you have them. And you know what? Fair enough. If folks send me things like this, I'm more than happy to bump it up the queue and actually make a video about it. So yeah, I got to do a video about this theme that I had really no experience with, despite it being released during like kind of my heyday with LEGO, that like late 90s, very early 2000s. There was like a 5-year stretch in there where that was my jam. LEGO was my jam, and this falls right in there, right? 2003, I think this series was, maybe 2002. I can't actually remember offhand, but it was right before they retired the Greys. It's right around the time of Orient Expedition, that sort of era. And yeah, it's just something I'd never experienced. I'd never built these sets before. And it was the weirdest thing, honestly, because I have so much experience with all the other themes that were released around that time. Building these sets, it felt like it was like a lost lineage that like didn't exist, but it did exist, I don't know how to explain it, but as I was building these sets, they were using building techniques that were completely foreign to me. They were using parts that were completely foreign to me, and I was constructing it, and I had that very distinct sense like, wow, this isn't real. I don't know how better to describe it. It's almost like imagine having a book series, like The Adventures of Tintin. I'm gonna go there. I remember my best friend growing up had a huge collection of these books, The Adventures of Tintin, but they were missing one. Like the family was missing this one for a very long time, and then later on they eventually bought it and added it to the collection. And I can only imagine how growing up with all of these childhood stories and then adding one more into the collection, how that one more being added, reading it, it must have felt like surreal. Like this story is somehow completely different. It never existed. That's kind of the sensation I was getting while building these sets. They're just such a unique combination of old dark gray and sand blue, lots of browns and blacks. Like, it's a really interesting color palette, and the sets themselves use some wacky and wild building techniques. I talk about one about the coffin elevator, the thing that lifts the coffin up. There's probably a name for one of those, actually. I just don't know it offhand. But yeah, it just uses some bonkers building techniques. Super out there. Yeah, it was wild. So the video itself is a fairly straightforward, let's look at the sets sort of affair. I go through and I talk about 3 different sets in order, talk about all the different things that I thought were interesting about them. The sets weren't complete that were sent to me. They were missing some elements, so I tried to gloss over that, not pay too much attention to it. I was definitely creatively photographing, especially this Vampire's Crypt set, making it clear because I didn't have the garlic print, and I wasn't gonna wait around and like order it in. Yeah, the garlic print, it was missing from the set. As well as the Hunchback minifigure, and does it really matter if I present the set in 100% completion? Like, it hasn't been available for sale for over 20 years. I don't know. I do try to be pretty particular about that when I make these videos. I do try to show the sets in their best possible light, but this was a situation where I felt, I'm just gonna review them in the shape that they were sent to me in, and I feel like that's fair enough. So that's what I went with. Hopefully that's an agreeable standard, but I guess if it's not, let me know. So I released this video on Halloween, and traditionally my Halloween videos have been kind of insane, I suppose. Yeah, they've been off the wall. So this one is actually pretty much a normal video. For like the first 13 minutes of it, it's just very straightforward, typical RR Slugger. It gets very unhinged at the end, and that's, I think, the only other thing of note about this video is the ending skit. I had so much fun writing that and getting one of my friends to come in and voice Dr. Cyber, and I did the Timmy voices, and we both held our scripts and stood around a microphone and tried to get it out in one take. We did a couple of passes of it, and then I took photography that linked up with what we were saying, and I think it's hilarious. It's got a lot of good jokes. The Dr. Cyber being afraid of communists despite being a literal time traveler, like the Red Scare is really what scares him most. Like, I think that's just hilarious. That's a hilarious concept. So yeah, I had to include that line. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I got to reuse some of that M-Tron footage that I took back in the summer as the vision that Timmy was seeing at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I think I could see doing that again in the future. It's fun to have Dr. Cyber and Timmy show up and do things in these videos. Even though, like I mentioned, the Time Cruisers is more or less, I've put it to bed, I've put it to rest. There's very little else I want to do with that series in particular. But having those characters pop up in more videos in the future is fun. They're just fun characters, and they are very emblematic of what LEGO is all about, mixing and matching your sets together. This was the video that shocked the internet, or at least my little corner of it. Yeah, Slugger is not loving LEGO anymore. What's going on? Is he gonna give up forever? I think that's what a lot of folks actually took away from this. Because for the next few months, you know, this video came out about 5 months ago, pretty much every video after I made this one had folks in the comment section saying, "Oh, I'm glad you're back. Welcome back, you know, to LEGO," and that sort of thing. So I don't know if folks just tuned out the channel or missed all of the RoboForce videos that I did, because it kind of feels like that sometimes, to be honest. Well, we'll talk about that in a minute here too, but yeah, I got a lot of comments on the videos that I did after RoboForce saying, "Welcome back, you know, oh, it's so great to see you again." I think RoboForce was algorithm cancer is what it really came down to at the end of the day. So a lot of folks didn't see those videos, didn't want to watch those videos, and you know, we'll discuss that later. But it didn't have to do with me giving up on LEGO. That's the big takeaway, I think. And honestly, this little phase of only thinking about Heroescape 24/7 was just a phase at the end of the day. You know, it lasted for a few months, and I wrote a ton of scripts. I still haven't produced most of the videos that I've written over there on Slugscape, so I've got lots of stuff to be working on Slugscape, and I can focus my writing attention back on LEGO, which is what I've been doing recently. Most of the newest videos that I've been writing are all LEGO related. Slugscape videos are still going to be very entertaining to me to create, and I've really enjoyed making Heroescape videos, immensely so. Every single one has been an absolute pleasure to make. So, you know, having that extra outlet for creativity is really healthy, I think. And it does mean I do have to divide my attention a little bit. There's been some months where I've been more Heroescape heavy, and some months where I've been more LEGO heavy. So yeah, honestly, recently, this past, I'd say 30 days or so, I think Slugscape has seen a couple of videos, but my main channel over here has seen more videos because it's been taking up more of my attention and more of my thoughts. go into these videos here at the moment. So it's gonna ebb and flow in the future, I think. Yeah, so that's been interesting. The other interesting thing, and I'm not sure if folks who haven't watched any of my Slugscape stuff know this, but I actually made my first couple of sponsored videos over there on that channel. Yes. The creators of Modern Heroescape, Renegade Game Studios, got in touch with me and sent me product to review, and I did. It's kind of wild, you know. Yeah, there you go, Slugger selling out. But I have a big disclaimer in one of the videos where I talk through my thought process, and there really is a big difference between a small company like Renegade Game Studios compared to the Lego Group, the most profitable toy company in the world, you know. One of those I'm willing to get into bed with, I suppose, and the other I'm not. And yeah, I chose Renegade instead of choosing Lego. So yeah, I know I say in this video that we're talking about here that if you ever needed proof that I'm not in it for the money, you know, here it is. I'm choosing Heroescape over Lego. That's you know, there it is. Like, it can't be any more clear. One of the craziest things, to me at least, is that Slugscape is like a really big channel for Heroescape. Right now, at the time of this recording, it's the second biggest Heroescape only channel that exists, and it's not even a year old. So I did a video where I talked about that over on Slugscape as well too, basically saying like, thank you, but like, this is undeserved, you know. I did not earn this. I had a golden parachute coming off of our Slugger and dropping into the world of Heroescape, where I'm now one of the big fish in terms of the you know, YouTuber presence, I would say. I don't think I have a particularly strong or influential voice in the actual competitive community, because, you know, I don't participate in it, and I haven't played in it for a long time. I just make videos on the internet, and some people watch them and some people don't, so that's all I can ask. It's kind of interesting how that contrast is bore out, because in the world of Lego, I actually feel like I have a bigger influence. Like, more folks seem to treat my opinions more highly, I would say, right? There's a lot of channels that are a lot bigger than mine that have spoke to me in the past, saying how much they you know, appreciate what I'm saying about the Lego Group or about this or that in the past. So our Slugger, in terms of the world of Lego, might be relatively a smaller channel, you know, less than 50,000 subscribers at this point in time. So that's pretty small fry for big Lego YouTubers. But in the world of Heroescape, much bigger proportionally, size of channel, but much smaller in terms of weight of opinion, I think. And you know, like, I don't do this just so people listen to my opinion. I do this to share my opinions. Yeah, that's part of the fun of making these videos, but both Lego and Heroescape. I know a lot of folks in the past who see the channel for the first time, or maybe have been with it for a little while, see some of the videos, and then they chafe when I start sharing more opinionated stuff. If I make fun of something that they enjoy, or if I critique this or that, they get defensive, and they say, just talk about the bricks. Like, I'm not here for your opinions, just talk about the bricks. And no, that's my response. No, I'll talk about what I want to. And in my opinion, and at least from my experience, sharing opinions is the fun part. That's why I do these videos in the first place. I don't do them to be a walking, talking billboard for Lego or for Heroescape either. I do these to share opinions, and it's a lot of fun for me to write out and formulate well thought and well reasoned stances on things, and that's why I take those positions. So yeah, if there's no opinions being shared and I'm just here to talk about the bricks, then I won't be here. Like I'll go do something else with my time, right? It's the opinions and sharing those things and getting into the discussions with folks online. That's the fun. And if it's not fun, I'll do something else. So yeah, our Slugger without opinionated takes is never going to happen, because that would just be the death of our Slugger. So yeah, if you really want to see our Slugger never do a Lego video again, there's the ticket. Anyways, I think folks hyperbolized what I actually said in the video. It wasn't meant to be taken as I'm out of love with Lego, I'll never do Lego again, that sort of thing. I think really what I say in this video is that right now my focus is on Heroescape, but I'll come back to Lego. I'll be doing Lego again. Yeah, and I think this video had a bigger impact on how folks perceived me more than I thought it would. I think a lot of people took that as being, I'm saying goodbye, right? Even though I really tried to make it clear that that's not what I was saying. But I understand how it can be construed that way when, you say, well, I'm kind of not having fun with the hobby anymore. We've seen other YouTubers do this before in the past where they've said, I'm not really having fun with the hobby, and then they disappeared, And so I guess the precedent is there there's cause for concern, let's say. And I appreciate folks being concerned for me. Even if it is, for a lot of people, I assume, it's just, oh no, my free source of entertainment's gonna be gone. That's fine. I mean, that's why I'm in this. I'm here to entertain. I'm here to educate, and I'm here to have discussions. That's the fun part. Meeting all these interesting people and chatting about something that at the end of the day we can agree to disagree on, and that's a lot of fun. I think it's just a good extension of the hobby, and that goes for Heroescape as well too. I think the biggest shame, however, is that this new channel, Slugscape, has really come at the expense of slugging around. I think once I kicked off Slugscape, slugging around just hit the bottom of the pool, and that was it. Occasionally I've bounced back to that channel to do a little bit of stuff, but the reason why I think is basically twofold. The first reason is having 3 YouTube channels is a lot. It's too much, honestly. So I'm spreading myself too thin. I knew that was going to happen, but I wasn't going to talk about Heroescape on Slugging Around, and I really wanted to talk about Heroescape, so, there you go. 3rd channel has to happen. So that's the first reason. But then the second reason is that my attention has been more focused on Heroescape than Lego recently, so Slugging Around's whole purpose was kind of as a catch-all for just quick Lego thoughts that I had. But if I'm not thinking about Lego, and if I'm thinking about Heroescape, I don't have quick Lego thoughts. And so then the only Lego projects I end up working on are bigger ones that are scripted, that go on the main channel. So yeah, the existence of Slugscape kind of had, 2 negative effects on Slugging Around, which is a shame because I really enjoy making things for Slugging Around as well, too. And honestly, I did one recently, just a few days ago, where I talked about the best new Lego piece or whatever, it's just kind of a off-the-cuff sort of thing. I'm always surprised at the viewer turnout for those videos. I've actually had some folks tell me in the past that they only watch Slugging Around. They don't watch the main channel because they like the less scripted approach. They don't like my scripted YouTube voice. And, fair enough. I only do that because that's what people seem to enjoy, is that sort of scripted sound. I've had folks, not folks, I shouldn't say. I had one person at one point in time come onto one of my videos in the past couple of years and say, yuck, try doing this without the AI voice, I laughed and I laughed and I laughed. No one would make an AI with this much vocal fry. Come on. But yeah, the stilted sort of very predictable speech pattern that comes with reading a script, yeah, I mean, it's got its pros and cons. It's engaging, and it feels authentic for me to kind of talk that way. That's kind of how I normally read things and how I write things, how it sounds in my head. But you know, it's changed over time. That's for sure too. The original Rock Raiders series, if you go back there, it's like culture shock. Like, whoa, who is this guy? This doesn't sound like Slugger at all. Like, yeah, I was much more soft spoken, and the pauses between sentences were just so they were like chasms. That there was so much room to breathe in between each one. I've kind of got it down to a science now, where it's a little bit tighter in terms of the editing, not like lightning speed where all breaths are taken out. I can't stand that editing decision, or audio editing technique, I should say. But yeah, I try to, you know, keep the pace pretty consistent, so it's got a good flow, a good tempo to everything. Not to drag on too much longer here, but I did want to talk about the differences in discussion between, oh no, I'm past the 3-hour mark. Oh no, I failed. Oh, well, I wanted to talk about how the discussions that are had in the comment section on the main channel here differ from the discussions had on Slugscape in those comment sections. By the way, those comment sections are very empty compared to here. Just the viewership is much different. It's apples to oranges. They're completely different. And sometimes it's actually pretty... it's pretty nice just getting, you know, 8 comments on a video. Like, I don't want to say I don't appreciate everyone weighing in, but it can be overwhelming, and it's starting to get to close to that threshold where I won't be able to respond to everything or read everything that happens on the main channel. I'm gonna continue to try to do that, but yeah, it can be a lot at times. I know I talked about that earlier in this video, but yeah. Anyways, the discussions between the two, in general, I find that LEGO fans are more willing to be open-minded about the opinions that I share, whereas Heroescape fans, I think, are less likely to do that. And I think part of that comes from the 20 years of, you know, Heroescape players having a very, like, entrenched way to play the game. It's a very entrenched thought. They've been doing it one way, you know, for 20 years. It works just fine. Don't question it, that sort of thing. Whereas in the LEGO worlds, I do get a lot more folks saying like, huh, you know, I never really thought of it that way, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I don't agree, but, you know, blah, 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 blah. And over in the world of Heroescape, it's less of that. I don't say it doesn't exist, but there are some real hardliners in the Heroescape community. Now, that being said, I am immensely appreciative of how welcoming the Heroescape community is, especially to, like, what I think is fair to perceive as an outsider like me. I mean, I've played the game for 20 years. Like I've played it ever since it came out in Canada. I've loved it. It's always been my favorite tabletop game. Like, Heroescape is the best. I love it. I just am not physically or geographically located next to folks that play it every weekend. And it's been really tough actually building up a local scene here. So I think I come off as a bit of an outsider, despite my history with the game. I've played it longer than most people have played it. But even regardless of all of that, the other Heroescape YouTubers, because there's a lot of them actually, I have detected no traces of jealousy or ill will towards myself. In fact, they've all welcomed me with open arms, and like, that's so generous. Like, that's so kind. Because like I could 100% understand animosity. Here's this arrogant slug parachuting in from a big Lego channel and just bringing in viewers from that channel to bolster up his Heroescape. These folks have been in the trenches. They've been fighting for Heroescape for years. And here I come in and whoa, now I'm a big shot. So yeah, it's such a great welcoming scene. Love Heroescapers. I think in retrospect, looking back at my decision to kind of abandon Lego for a bit and move into the world of Heroescape and then kind of bounce back and forth between the two, I think that decision point is significant, because had I just stayed with Lego on the main channel, I think there's a potential future where I already got to Alpha Team. I started doing the Alpha Team videos, or I did this or I did that and expanded the channel. Maybe the channel is more than 50,000 subscribers at that point in time. Maybe I didn't do the RoboForce retrospective. I don't know. We'll talk about that. We'll get there. But yeah, all those sorts of things might have happened. But at the same time, I wouldn't have had the experiences I've had on Slugscape. And those experiences, I think, have been really valuable. I've got to make certain types of videos that I never would have had the opportunity to make over here on the main channel. I recently did a battle report about a tournament. Basically, that's recounting a play-by-play of tournament games. And I had so much fun. I got totally addicted to putting red arrows on the map, like translucent red arrows pointing, indicating movement. It was like a History Channel show. It was so much fun to make that video. So I'll definitely be looking forward to any opportunity I have to make a similar one in the future, because the production of it was just a ton of fun to make. It's all done in editing. And that's a great time. It really is. So I guess ultimately I'm saying I don't regret the decision, even though it was certainly impactful and has been impactful. It might have taken the wind out of our Slugger sails a little bit, but I'm having fun. I at the end of the day, if I'm not having fun, none of this happens. So I think it was a good decision. And hopefully, if you haven't checked out Slugscape yet, maybe by hearing me talk about it here, I've convinced you to go give it a shot. I don't know. I totally understand it's not everybody's cup of tea. And it's going to be niche at the end of the day. There's no way Slugscape is going to break, 10,000 subscribers. The fact that it even broke 100 in the first couple of days kind of blew my mind. I expected it to be a nothing sort of YouTube channel. What Slugger's channel was at the first, in the first year. Basically, there's a dozen people that watch these videos, and I'm just making them for me, just to have fun. That's really what I expected Slugscape to become. So I'm immensely humbled by the amount of people that actually go and check it out and enjoy it. A lot of folks watch that channel that don't even play Heroescape. They just watch it for me, and that's like I said, humbling. Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me the time, letting me into your life in this way. So thank you. This video's so good. This video is so good. This is the Dino Island pen writing system video I did. I went back and checked this one out again. Why did nobody watch this? Had I released this in the summer of Slug, it would have double, if not triple, the number of views. This is a great video. This is so good. Man. And it's got such a good thumbnail too. And the whole framing around the pen, I don't even want to spoil it here, because I figured a lot of the folks listening right now probably haven't seen this video. I guess I announced that I was taking time off from Lego, and then folks just all right, see ya. Maybe that's what happened, because we definitely got very similar view counts when we get into the RoboForce stuff as well too. And you know, maybe, you know, I'm hyperbolizing, and, you know, far be it for me to scoff at, oh, only 10,000 views on a video. Oh, what a failure. No, like, don't get me wrong, but it is very interesting to me to go back and look at some of the view counts that were in the Summer of Slug, and then look at this, and like, to me, this video is like an extension of the Summer of Slug. It's got that same weird energy to it. It's a weird off the mark sort of, or off the beaten path sort of topic. Yeah, it's a strange one, but it's like, it's so good. It's so good. Go watch this video if you haven't seen it yet. Like, I don't want to spoil it here. Yeah, this is my favorite, my favorite thumbnail, I don't know, maybe ever. I think it's just so good. Like, it looks so catchy. I was able to, like, I had to photograph my hand, I think, against, I think I shot it against white, and then keyed out the white background, and then made it like an artificial digital white background. And then the pen stroke lining between the two, like that, oh, it's such... Man, this video is so good. So, if you watched this video before it was cool, before I started begging people to watch it, then you have my thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all I have to say. Go watch this video. It's great. It's great. It's one of my best. All right, the RoboForce retrospective. I'm just gonna put them all together here. It was a series of 5 different videos that I released, basically one after the other. There were a few other videos that came out, and we'll talk about them after we're done here. But yeah, what do I think of this? Am I glad I did it? I suppose. I don't know. This was a strange one, just because of the setting, the circumstances surrounding its creation. It was all originally supposed to be a joke, as I explained in the primer episode, and then I actually followed through with it and created almost an hour's worth of video footage and script work, you know, like 50 pages of script and songs and this and that, tons of photography. It was a big thing, but is it any good? I don't know. I think it's all right. It doesn't hold a candle to any of the previous retrospective series that I've done. Obviously, Rock Raiders had my heart and passion behind it, as well as tons of behind the scenes, I guess, sort of stuff, like early design prototype images and things like that. That's kind of what defines the Rock Raiders series. I think the Time Cruisers stuff is the one I was most vehemently passionate about. Just saying that, like, you know, Time Cruisers is awesome. It doesn't deserve the hate that it gets. And talking about all the cool mechanics and doing fun photography things, and lots of jokes in the Time Cruisers one as well too. It's very lighthearted. It has a lot of levity to it. And then Orient Expedition obviously is, I think, probably my best contribution to YouTube at this stage of the game in terms of these series are concerned. I think it's the most in-depth, both thematically as well as narratively, I think. It's the most well-researched by far. I do tons of work researching the sets and the themes for the Orient Expedition, but that isn't necessarily the case with RoboForce. Like, I tried doing all of those things. I tried finding original, prototype things, early development stuff. I tried being humorous with it, and then I tried being thematic with it, and it kind of has a brand in the fire, like multiple brands in the fire in all of those sort of camps, but it doesn't do any one thing particularly well. Like, I know when I first pitched it at the start here, I said something humorous like I did with the Throwbot videos last year, but I don't know if I actually hit those marks. Like, there are some jokes, and they're okay, but there isn't a lot to go off of here. There just isn't a ton of meat on the bone. It's a very like what you see is what you get sort of series. It was interesting to draw some comparisons to later mech designs, and I do think RoboForce is significant in that it's basically the last time mech design was taken seriously in the 20th century of LEGO. By the time Life on Mars came around, we had ratchet hinges, which completely changed the game, and then Galador joints have been the standard going forward ever since 2002. So yeah, mech design has never looked like RoboForce again. That was kind of the last hurrah of what they could do with the 20th century part inventory. So that's kind of interesting about RoboForce. Beyond that, though, there isn't a whole lot to build off of, and I think that's primarily one of my hang-ups with this series, the way it came out at the end of the day, is that it doesn't really go further beyond being just set reviews. I basically reviewed the sets, and then I talked about an alternate build or two here or there, and that was kind of it. I didn't have much to work off of from there. That was there just isn't a whole lot to say about these sets. And so in doing this series, I unfortunately fell into what I was concerned about in terms of doing a full-on retrospective with a lot of different themes. Like I talked about this way back when I did my Ice Planet, so you want to get into Ice Planet video. There's just not enough to talk about when I go set by set. They're largely unremarkable. They do what they do. They're pretty good. They're well constructed, but I'm not out here trying to just review the toys. I'm trying to do something a little bit more involved, trying to involve the rest of LEGO into the equation. And so with the RoboForce retrospective series, it stayed very surface level, and I tried adding in as much detail as I could, talking about some weird catalog entries for these sets, some interesting set exclusive elements, like those sorts of things. I tried to dig deep where I could, but there just isn't a whole lot out here, at least not readily available. Maybe there are some original set designers that would know more. They would have more information, or they'd have more early design documents to share. But I didn't see any, and none that might have seen these videos were forthcoming. So who knows? Yeah, I guess the view count is another thing as well too. This was definitely a dip in the view count. I don't think RoboForce is a very popular theme, so it didn't attract a lot of views, which is part of it as well too, where you just kind of feel like, wow, I guess I gotta do another RoboForce video, even though, it's kind of, it's not bringing in the same viewership as something else might, and it doesn't have the same inherent passion behind it that something like Rock Raiders or Time Cruisers or one of those other series might have. So, yeah, we got RoboForce. I don't hate the series or anything like that. I quite like it. And it was a lot of fun actually building the alternate builds and getting into the world of RoboForce a little bit more. But at the end of the day, I basically said all there was to say about this series and then some. I think I maybe overextended in a few places because there just isn't a whole lot to say. They're fine. They're okay. They're good sets. Like in the last video, I went off on a tangent about Zone of the Enders, the second runner, because I wanted to talk about that. I felt more passionate about that game than I did about any of these sets, and I think that's kind of telling. It kind of goes to show. So, do I regret making these videos? No, I don't think so. They probably will stand as the most in-depth reviews of these sets like that YouTube will ever see. I don't know. Maybe someone will come along and do one better, but yeah, this is kind of the best hurrah these sets have, I think, and I guess it's special that they got to be featured like this. And for a lot of folks watching, I think they were introduced to this series for the first time, especially if they lived outside of North America, where these sets were more popular. So yeah, I guess that's a positive too. I think my experiences with this will definitely impact what I do, or what I consider to do as a full retrospective in the future. I think I just need to be more cognizant of having a lot to talk about outside the toy itself in order to warrant going in depth in this much detail set by set. I probably could have just done RoboForce in one big video and said, like, here's the RoboForce retrospective, it's just one video. That could have worked, and maybe that's what I should look at in the future, but I really don't like making big videos. And the irony of the moment is not lost on me. But yeah, they're just a ton of work, and they stop being fun pretty much after you've spent, I want to say, like 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks on a video is already at the point where it's like, oh, okay, let's just get this over with, that sort of thing. So breaking it down into smaller videos like this did make it more manageable. So that's a plus. Maybe it wouldn't have happened at all if I had saved it up to be one big video, because I have a lot of video ideas that are on the back burner like that. Folks still ask me about a Robo Riders video, because I talked about that at the end of Throwbots, but I'm still just kind of looking at that thinking like, oh my goodness, how am I even going to tackle that? Pair that with not having a ton of passion for Robo Riders. I never really had those as a kid. I have them all now, so maybe I'll eventually dig into that. But yeah, it's kind of in a similar vein as RoboForce, where I don't have a ton of personal skin in the game, I suppose, with it. Yeah. So anyways, that's the RoboForce retrospective. I won't go into detail on any of the other videos because they're all basically the same. I talk about the set, do some alternate builds, talk about some weird things here or there, try to connect it to the larger Lego tapestry, and then at the end I talk about Zone of the Enders, which is, I have way more to say about Zone of the Enders, the second runner, than I have to say about RoboForce. So maybe that'll be a video on like slugging around someday in the future, where I'll talk about some video game stuff. I don't know if folks want to hear me talk about that sort of thing, but yeah. You sickos, you only clicked on this video because of the thumbnail. I know who you are. Yeah, this video almost stands as like a testament to we'll watch anything as long as it's not RoboForce, because this video came out after a couple of RoboForce episodes, and it got like twice as many views. It was just immensely more popular. Like the RoboForce videos have since kind of gained a little bit more, but this one was just a big video that all of a sudden folks were tuning into. So it's interesting watching those trends, because I think, you know, of the almost 50,000 subscribers, there's about a good, like, I want to say 10,000 folks out there, which is like a huge number, a good 10,000 folks that will pretty much tune into anything I do, any video that comes out on this channel, which is like mind-boggling. That's awesome. Thank you so much. But you know, when you look at a subscriber count and you look at a view count, they don't always add up. You know, like it's definitely not reasonable to expect that every single subscriber watches every single video. And in a lot of cases, for small growing channels, they get a lot of viewership from folks that aren't subscribed, and in fact, you'll get they'll chime in, they'll let you know. Like, hey, did you know that 98% of you are not subscribed? Well, if you subscribe now, yada yada yada, all that sort of stuff, right? But when you get to a certain size, all of a sudden your view count is smaller than your subscriber count. And it kind of flips the script. And I actually remember Davey504 talking about this in a video, you know, the bass player, right? He was saying that when you're a small channel and not many people watch your video, it's okay, it makes sense, you're a small channel. But when you're a big channel and not many people watch your video, all of a sudden it kind of hurts, like it feels like they don't want to watch it, like, you know. And that kind of piece of YouTube advice has kind of stuck with me ever since I heard him say that. And I'm not saying I agree one-to-one or that I feel that same way, but it is interesting to look at, because in this past year, Slugger has definitely shifted into the latter, where Slugger's main channel here has become a much bigger thing than the average or even peak viewership counts. Like, I think the YouTube algorithm has stopped recommending any of my videos generally to like a general audience. We used to have spikes like that in the past, where all of a sudden, you know, Trans Neon Orange is retiring, so YouTube needs to show that to everybody, or the Great Lego Plague of 2002, or studless base plates, or even the Life on Mars arms. I think I just listed a bunch of videos that probably most people watching this video right now, listening right now, that was one of their first our Slugger videos. Like, and you've surely seen those videos because those are the big ones, right? But taking 2024 and into 2025 here, just in retrospect, I don't think we've had any moments like that, no videos like that in a long time. So it's more typical for me to kind of rely on, okay, you know, here's my subscriber count. About, you know, a quarter of the subscribers are going to watch the videos that I put out. And that has seemingly kind of been about 10,000 views on each video, which is not nothing. That's great. That's honestly really respectable viewership numbers. And it's not about the numbers, right? At the end of the day, it's about the art and it's about the craft. But watching those numbers is like, it's right there in front of you as a YouTuber, and you do notice those sorts of things. And I noticed those sorts of things and those trends in my channel. So to see a video like this kind of spike out of nowhere, where it was like, oh wow, you know, this Lego Advent calendar. Here I was, like, on my end, I was thinking, oh man, it's gonna be tough for me to pitch this in a way that folks are gonna want to watch it, because I'm just opening up an Advent calendar. Like, what's so interesting about that, you know? If no one's gonna watch the RoboForce retrospective that I'm pouring my work and time into, then who's gonna watch this? But turns out lots of folks, so thank you. Yeah, I really tried my best to catalog and show off this Advent calendar as best as I could, to basically kind of archive it in a way, because there'll come a day where there's just none of these left, and it'd be nice if, you know, someone had a video where they showed opening all the different doors on the Advent calendar, revealing what was behind each flap, that sort of thing. So that's what I tried to do here. I just tried my best to catalog it in a way. I don't think I add much, like, personally to the whole thing. It's just I'm opening little flaps and talking about what's behind them. But hopefully folks enjoyed what they saw here, and made for a good, meaningful Christmas memory. But yeah, anyways, that's all I have to say about this one. Somehow TrikBrix returned. Yeah, this has been so wonderful. Honestly surreal to be able to wake up in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday and see a new TrikBrix video in my subscription feed. I couldn't be happier. I love what Jamie's been doing over there, and obviously I've loved his work for such a long time. Yeah. Anyways, keep tuned in to this channel here. There'll be more TrikBrix stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be good. This video was a long time coming. The small mobile laser cutter was something that we had a real eureka moment on about, I want to say, like 2 years before this video actually reached production, which is kind of crazy. It really shows how long it's taken to make these videos for the How to Build Rock Raider series. But part of the series isn't supposed to be about how fast we can get them out. It should be how accurate we can make them. And sometimes that takes time. And yeah, this one took some time. Not necessarily because we were working on it for 2 years. No, it's coming out in a release order in terms of what makes sense for building the buildings and vehicles in the game. So the Tunnel Scout came before this one. This was the other small vehicle we had, so we worked on this one next. And yeah, I mean, there's myriad reasons why these videos take so long, and one of the reasons is I'm dragging my feet on it because it's just they take a lot of work. They take a lot of work, and sometimes that inertia, you see the mountain before you when you could just go over here and climb a hill, you know? And I mean, I don't like to talk about it, but you know, the money aspect as well too plays into it as well too, the monetary aspect. I know that making a video about nearly any other topic, even RoboForce, will probably draw more views and earn more money and be, you know, more worth my time in a monetary sense than the How to Build Rock Raiders series. And no, I'm not doing it for the money, and no, like, that's not the primary motivator. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this series at all. But I would be lying if, you know, that didn't impact some of my decision making when it came to planning out releases. It just is what it is. There's always that temptation there where I could just earn a little bit more money if I did this instead. And I try not to make that sway every decision I make, but it does have a small impact on the planning that I do. Now, in terms of the small mobile laser cutter itself, this is one of my favorite models in all of Rock Raiders. It's a total joke in the original game. Manic Miners does improve its functionality quite a bit, but the build is really top notch. Like, man, we really missed out by not having a wave 2 of Rock Raiders that would have had this as a set. Potentially. We don't know for sure, but potentially. I think this is a really solid build, one of the best that we've covered in the series so far. So the hits keep coming. We got the Tunnel Scout earlier this year, and then we got the small mobile laser cutter later on. And yeah, I think this is a good video. I think it helps show the eureka moment we had looking at it. And yeah, the video was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make this one. It's always good getting back into Rock Raiders. I think when I sat down and did the whole retrospective series one after the other, that was good for me to cut my teeth. But I never really got that time away from Rock Raiders. And having some time away, every time I jump back into Rock Raiders, I'm reminded why I love it so much. It's just every time I make one of these videos, I walk away from it being like, wow, Rock Raiders is like really good. Like way better than the other Lego series I talk about. Like Rock Raiders is the best. It's awesome. The color scheme is so unique, not just in the color choices, but in the color distribution, how certain elements are color-coded certain ways. Like, there's nothing like it in LEGO's catalog outside of Rock Raiders. It really is unique. And there was nothing like it at the time either, in terms of the amount of colors. Like, to have, like, what did I boil it down to? It's like 5 primary colors and 4 secondary colors, while having like 2 transparent colors as well too. That's just crazy for 1999. Like, there was nothing like that out there. So yeah, I think Rock Raiders is really remarkable, and it's always a blast making videos like this one, where we dive into the theme a little bit further. There's obviously still a lot more to come. It'll probably take, you know, into 2026, 2027 for me to get them done if I keep up the same sort of pace of, like, I don't know, what is it, 2 How to Build Rock Raiders videos a year. Ugh, it's not great. You know, maybe I can increase the speed in which these come out, but we also still want to be accurate about it. Like I said, there is the matter of making sure they're correct. So yeah, it takes a long time, but hopefully it's worth it in the end. Now, this video came out exactly the same day as the small mobile laser cutter, as well as a video I did for Slugscape. It was part of a triple feature thing where I did one video on every channel released on the same day. It was a lot of fun, honestly, to do that, to work on them concurrently. It just kind of lined up that way. It wasn't really something that I had planned that far in advance, but oftentimes I'm working on many projects at the same time, and they're at various states of completion, and it just so happened that these three were basically 100% complete at the same time, so I put them all out on the same day. I don't know if that'll ever happen again, but it was cool. It made a whole event of it, which was fun. So yeah, that was a nice positive thing. But I wanted to talk about this one. I won't talk about the Slugscape one. It's a great video. I think you should go watch it, but you know, I've kind of mentioned Slugscape quite a few times on this, which is supposed to be a celebration of the main channel. But I guess here I am, I'm talking about Slugscape. Or sorry, I'm talking about slugging around. Oh my goodness, so many slugs. It's getting slugging hard to tell them apart. All right, slugging around. So we're talking about Lego Star Trek, because there was a rumored set release for the Enterprise D. I go through all that stuff and I air my grievances with that sort of concept. You can go check this video out if you haven't seen it already. For more of that, I won't rehash any of that there. But I also reviewed all the Star Trek movies. I went through and did I did 2 tier lists of the Star Trek movies. And I did one for how effective of a film I thought it was, and how effective at conveying Star Trek I thought it was. And I thought this was a really good approach to take. And a lot of folks agreed with me in the comments, I think. So that's good. What I wanted to do here, though, was maybe review some of my choices, because I'll be honest, I don't think I spent as much time doing my due diligence, creating notes for this tier list like I did for the Space Minifigure tier list, which is why I think I stand by that list more than I do this one. There's definitely some strong choices in here that I do agree with, but I think in general, it had been a little too long since I'd seen some of these movies. I've seen them all, and I've seen them all many times, but yeah, a little too much time had passed. So after I ended up making this video, I basically rewatched most of these movies. For my partner, she watched many of them with me. It was her first time seeing a lot of them. And it was fun watching them together like that, because I had just kind of grown up with them. And there'd be many scenes in some of the bad movies where she would ask, like, wait, what? And I'd have to say, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This movie doesn't take itself seriously. You know, you don't have to worry. And we'd move on, right? But I think in general, I kind of forgot how un-Star Trek the J.J. Abrams films were. I had them ranked much higher than I should have on the good Star Trek tier list. Yeah, when I rewatched them, I was kind of struck by how, like, oh yeah, this really does break canon, established canon, or this is not very good for the health of the franchise. And to be honest, some folks pointed out some really good points in the comment section that I didn't even consider. The idea, like of Star Trek 2009, it commits kind of like a cardinal sin of just like, all right, let's destroy Vulcan, and we're also going to just destroy Romulus in the Prime timeline as well too. I forgot that happened in the Prime timeline. They're just like, all right, a star goes supernova, it threatens to destroy the galaxy. That is incredibly stupid, and this star destroys Romulus, and you're like, oh my goodness, yeah. So that has major ramifications for the Prime timeline. And then in the Kelvin timeline, they just blow up Vulcan like it's willy-nilly, whatever. And Vulcan has this moon called Delta Vega that isn't a moon, but it's close enough that it can see Vulcan. It's bizarre. Like, they just kind of invented this planet out of thin air. Yeah, there's tons of scientific inaccuracies throughout the Star Trek J.J. Abrams films. Yeah. That being said, though, I think I rated Star Trek '09 too low on the good film side of things. I rewatched it, and I was just blown away again. I was like, this is such a good movie. Like, for a general audience to enter into the world of Star Trek, for them to see that as the first time, I couldn't imagine them not getting hooked by it. Like, it's so flashy, it's so efficient, the music is great, the pacing is great, it just keeps going. It's the shot in the arm that Star Trek needed in 2009 after the kind of the fatigue that had gone through the Berman era. Star Trek needed something, and this was it. And yeah, so I think in retrospect, I would probably knock it down a few tiers in terms of good Star Trek. But I would definitely bump it up to S tier in terms of good film. Like, it's probably contending with Star Trek First Contact. I might even bump that one down and put this one up higher, because it really is excellent. In moving some of the later films lower on the tier list in terms of the Trek tier list, I'd probably bump Star Trek Insurrection down lower. I had it up pretty high because it's the most, like, two-parter feeling of any of the Star Trek TNG movies. Like, it actually kind of feels like the show, but it's also, like, really stupid, and it has universe-breaking ramifications. The stakes are so high. Like, this planet has life-saving radiation. You can just live forever if you go live on this planet that we never hear about ever again. Like, we never talk about this planet again. Like, it's crazy. It's got it's the fountain of youth in Star Trek. Like, this breaks the universe. Much in the same way that Star Trek Into Darkness breaks the universe with Khan's super blood. Like, it can just bring things back to life. Like, yeah, we're just gonna have that, from here on out. We're just gonna have that as a part of the timeline. Like, crazy stuff. So yeah, I think Insurrection needs to be lower, unfortunately. I've got a soft spot for the movie because, like, it is oftentimes lauded as being one of the worst, and it is really bad. Like, honestly, it is. But yeah, it needs to be lower. So do the J.J. Abrams films. Beyond as well too. I don't know what people see in Beyond. Yeah, I think it's milquetoast at best. Yeah, I think had Insurrection and Insurrection, Nemesis, Star Trek '09, and Into Darkness not been made, like, had those movies not existed, and Star Trek Beyond was the first one that came out, then I could see it being viewed more positively. But I really just have a lot of fatigue, I think, at that point in time for the supervillain who has a beef with the Federation and has a super weapon, yada, yada, yada. It's been done so many times. It's just dull. Yeah, I don't have much more to say about it. So those films get the boot, which means that I think I need to be a little less harsh about Star Trek 4. I had it rated pretty low in terms of the good Trek, but, it's not that bad. It does feel more campy and just kind of silly than most of the original movies do, but at the same time, even the original series at its worst, like the original film series at its worst, is still a lot better than most of the films that came after them. So yeah, I think I'd bump Star Trek 4 up a couple of tiers. I can't remember what I put it down in. I think it was D tier for good Trek. It needs to be C or maybe even B. Like, it really is a lot stronger than I give it credit for. And the message behind it is good and positive. It's not a supervillain with a weapon to destroy the Federation. It's about humankind's impact on the environment. It's an environmental movie. So yeah, I'd bump that one up. The other thing I would probably bump up too in retrospect is I'd take the motion picture. In terms of the good movie thing, I think I'd knock it up a little higher. I might have been a little cruel to it, to be honest. I love that movie. I think that movie is really fantastic. It's not my first one I'd recommend to a newbie going into Star Trek for the first time, but it does a lot of really good filmmaking things. Like Robert Wise as the director, like he's no slouch. Like he's this is not his first rodeo, not by any stretch. He's using cool split diopter lenses in the movie. There's tons of really interesting filmmaking techniques going on. Some of the like the wormhole sequence, the tracing of all the contrails through there. I think it took a guy like something like 3 months to do. Like he was just kind of working on that in the background, like that effect shot. Like it took so long to make some of these shots back then. And I know like special effects don't make a movie, but it does help a movie. Like if the movie looks really good and every scene you're kind of wondering like, wow, how'd they do that? How'd they film that? That's so cool. That helps. Yeah, I think the motion picture should be higher. Probably C, maybe B, I don't know. Yeah, probably C tier. I'd bump it up a little bit higher. So those are some of the changes I would make. The original 6 films, minus The Final Frontier, are all really great in their own ways. So, yeah, I would say seek those movies out if you're interested in Star Trek movies. You can pretty much avoid the rest of them, to be honest, though. Yeah, they're not very good. Oh, I remember what I was going to say, too. I think it was just days before I released this video, Star Trek Section 31, a made-for-TV movie, came out. And of course I didn't include it because I'd already made this video. I'd already, you know, it was a done deal. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched Star Trek Section 31. I have no interest to watch it. I don't know if I will ever watch it. It doesn't look like it captures anything remotely close to what I want from Star Trek. And it also just looks bad. Like there's tons of like digital zoom ins I've seen from clips of it and stuff like that. Like it looks like it was made with like $8. And it also looks like, or it also sounds like it just completely defiles like Star Trek canon. Like I don't know what it is about the modern Alex Kurtzman era of Trek and their just infatuation with Section 31, but they've completely stripped away what made Section 31 like a telling and a meaningful metaphor or allegory, I should say, for the Federation. Because like the whole reason Section 31 works in Deep Space Nine is because we're not supposed to like them. Like we're supposed to look at what they're doing with contempt. That it's not meant to be a like, well, the Federation actually couldn't function without Section 31. No, the framing behind it is, no, this is wrong. Like we shouldn't feel good about this. This shouldn't exist. And I guess that point just flew over Alex Kurtzman's head because now he's like, yeah, gung-ho, Section 31, they do the tough jobs that the Federation is too afraid to do. They're so cool, they wear black. They've got black uniforms and they fly in black starships and it's like, it's bogus. It's bogus. Yeah, so modern day Section 31 has nothing to do with what it was originally supposed to represent. And I have absolutely no faith that the Section 31 made-for-TV movie is going to change that. So, I guess that's it. I guess that's what I wanted to say about this. Yeah. And so continues the tried and true tradition of R.R. Slugger creating a video with the full expectation that every single person has seen every single one of his previous videos. Like, saying out loud, it makes no sense, but I have no idea why I can't break this habit. It's just like, it's a mental block or something. Every time I sit down and write a script, I just assume everybody who will potentially watch the video has seen all of my previous videos, and yeah, I mean, that's so unrealistic. Yeah. So in this video, it kind of came back to bite me a little bit, I think. This is a sequel video, like a follow-up video to one I made almost, well, I think it was even more than a year earlier than this one. It was about the LEGO Space 2024 sets, which I suppose probably came out January 2024, in retrospect. But yeah, this is a follow-up to that because in 2025, they released one more set. I think there's even a polybag out there as well, too, that got released. But yeah, basically one more mainline entry into this LEGO City Space 2025 series. Yeah, kind of experiment, like this big experiment that LEGO was doing with the space super theme idea. But yeah, there was kind of one more hurrah this year, and then it was quietly shelved. At least presumably there hasn't been any further releases to indicate that this theme is still ongoing. I think we can stick a fork in it and say it's done. So what do we think of it? Well, you know what I think of it. I'm not a huge fan, but I appreciate that the LEGO group is doing at least something space related. How do I want to say this? I guess I don't need to rehash everything I did in the video, but I do want to talk about why why this video received such a mixed reaction, I think. So basically, in the first video I did back in 2024, I talked about the LEGO space sets that were new and addressed the whole, in my opinion, hyperbolized response that the community gave it. There was a lot of LEGO Space is back, woohoo! It's LEGO Space back in full force, you know, yay! LEGO Space is back. That was kind of the community reaction to the LEGO City Space sets in 2024. Of course, now, like with the power of hindsight, we look back at that and we say, well, no, it really shouldn't have been that big of a deal because these sets in reality are really not that much different than the LEGO 2022 sets or LEGO Space 2022 or the LEGO Space 2019 even. Yeah, I'm definitely of the opinion that the LEGO group could have released the 2022 sets, just waited a couple years and released them in 2024. And put the space banner on it, and really nothing would be different. Like it's basically the same stuff at the end of the day. So yeah. Anyways, so that's what my first video was about, and I really went into good detail on how I formed that opinion. A lot of it is through just fatigue. Fatigue of just getting the same NASA-inspired designs for over 20 years now. And so I go through all that sort of rationale in that video. But in the 2025 video, I'm basically responding to that video. I'm saying like, okay, well now that a year has gone by and we've got more sets out, do I still feel the same way? Largely yes, but no in a few fringe cases. But yeah, largely yes. And so in this video, in the 2025 video, I basically did a really quick recap of what I talked about in the 2024 video, just as a reminder, quick refresher, right? But what I failed to account for, and I really should have accounted for this, is that a lot of folks didn't see that 2024 video, and a lot of folks are hearing this argument now for the very first time in the 2025 video, where I'm just briefly going over the points, like briefly. I'm not diving in or putting much weight behind it just because I thought it was a refresher. But for a lot of folks, they're hearing this for the first time, and they're like, wait, what? You don't like the Space 2025 sets? Like what are you talking about? What do you mean that it's NASA inspired and that's a problem? Like, no, that's what it's supposed to be. Like, what do you, like, why are you complaining that this isn't, you know, more pulpy science fiction when it says LEGO City on the box, Slugger? Like, what are you talking about? And you know what? I get it. Yeah, if you didn't go back and watch the previous one before commenting on the 2025 one, I can totally see how that train of thought, like my train of thought, it doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't pass muster. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, like refuting that or anything here, because I actually have a script as a follow-up. Like I've already typed out, like I've recorded, there's another video essentially that's going to be a follow-up to this video because Slugger never learns his lesson, right? So there's going to be another video, and then for some people it's going to be the first time hearing that argument. I'm just going to be tearing my hair out, but I wanted to elaborate on these points as well as add some new information into the mix as well. So I was hoping to actually get that video out before doing this one, but I just didn't get the time at the end of the day. It should be probably one of the first videos I do on the main channel after I'm done this 4-year review. So I guess that's something to look forward to, maybe, I don't know. It is, you know, partially Slugger doubling down on some opinions that are unpopular, but, you know, that's c'est la vie. I'm not gonna just change my opinion of things about the preferences I have based on what other people think I should like. So, right, I wouldn't expect anyone to do the same, right? Yeah, you like what you like, and I find creating these videos as a compelling way to explain why I like certain things and why I might not like certain other things. And that's not just explain to other people, like to the audience, that's to explain to myself, because I see these scripts as a bit of a way of self-discovery, looking inward and trying to put into words, well, why do I feel this way about this thing, and why do I not feel the same way about this thing? That sort of idea. I don't do it just to get my opinion out there as if I'm like some sort of talking head on the internet. Like, my opinion must be known, that sort of thing. No, like, if nobody watched these videos, I'd still be making them because I find them useful for me as well. This idea of formulating opinions, formulating positions, and then trying to present them in a meaningful way. That to me is really insightful. One of the things I do in this video is I really try to explain why I don't like these minifigures, and like, to me it's just, I don't know, it's such a no-brainer. Like the color direction is just all over the map, just color barf. And so I went into detail explaining, like, okay, look at all these colors, this is just so many colors. Can we tighten up the color scheme here? Can we try to unify things a bit? And so I offered up my own redesigns of the figures, and whoo, that went over like a lead balloon for a lot of folks. I guess I'm just kind of flummoxed as to how many folks really enjoy the original ones and don't like the tighter color palette that I presented here, or had other issues with the ones that I presented. Some folks have taken to them and actually really do like this, and they say, yes, that's what we like to see. But I got the distinct impression that it was a less than popular redesign. A lot of people didn't like the helmets. They didn't like these old school helmets. They said, why go back to that, or why change the faces back to being regular smiley faces? You know, you can't tell me that's better. Yeah, and I don't know. I was going for the old school classic look, so of course that's what I was. That's what I wanted. I wanted the old style helmets, and I wanted the old style faces as well too. Now I think the faces, once I have more of these figures, because I've placed Bricklink orders, or not Bricklink orders, I guess Pick-a-Brick orders to get more torsos and elements to build these characters. I think once I have them in hand, I might diversify the faces a bit. Maybe even go back to the original faces that they had with just a more classic uniform look. That might be interesting. But no, the helmets are, yeah, that's a non-negotiable element for me. Like, I really actively dislike the new helmet molds, and I think they all look bad. So yeah, I want nothing to do with those. I could get behind the idea of having colored helmets, like helmets that are color-coded to the faction color. That I could get behind, but the molds, or the mold that I want to use doesn't exist in the colors that I have to use. So yeah, c'est la vie, black it is. Yeah, I don't like those helmet designs. They're way over engineered, way over designed. They don't look like Lego to me. They almost look like they're from some other action figure toy line. So yeah, no. Otherwise, yeah, I think I've got more thoughts about this, but I'm gonna save them for the follow-up video that talks about, well, I guess the response to the LEGO Space 2025 video, as well as the future of LEGO Space. What can we expect in the future now that it's kind of a post-mortem? Like, we can look at it and say, like, okay, well, that was just another LEGO City Space excursion that the fandom kind of blew up out of proportion. It's just the same as LEGO City 2022 and LEGO City 2019, like I mentioned, and the various other spaceport adjacent themes that had come out in the decades prior to that. So yeah, why all the hullabaloos, I guess, where I'm coming from. And a lot of fans, a lot of folks watching the video had the same sort of response. They're like, why all the hullabaloo, Slugger? Like, why are you making such a big deal out of this? And for me, I'm like, it wasn't me making a big deal out of it. It was everybody else making a big deal out of it. And I'm the one out here saying that, like, no, these are just the same as LEGO City Space sets. And then I guess if you don't have that first part of the argument and you're only getting my counterpoint, then it makes it seem like I'm the one out here saying that this should be something that it isn't. But I think in my perspective, from my perspective, I was trying to be a voice of reason, I think, in what was otherwise being celebrated as a huge return to form for LEGO Space. And I was kind of on the outside of that, saying like, I don't think, not really, not really. It's not really a return to what made LEGO Space great. Yes, it's nice they're celebrating the name LEGO Space and they're sticking it on the boxes now, but it's a small thing. It's not a fundamental design change. Like, it's not a change to the design language or the approach of how they design these sets. The color palette, the choices of, contours and whatever, right? Like, all that sort of stuff is unchanged. Like, it's very much the same. It's very safe. It's very, yeah. So don't want to take any risks. Let's not take a risk. Heaven forbid we have a color other than white as the primary color for a space theme. Jeez. The top 10 trans colors in LEGO. This video was a topic that was inspired by a letter I had received from a fan during one of the previous Summer of Slugs. She wrote to me and kind of put this bug in my ear about potentially talking about trans colors on Trans Day of Visibility. And so I put it in my calendar, and kind of as the date was approaching, kind of got thinking about, okay, well, how do I do this? How am I going to approach this? How do I make this happen, essentially, right? Because obviously the social issue of this, like outside of the bricks, is an important one to me. I've got family and friends that are transgender, and obviously I have taken a lot of inspiration from transgender artists before, and I wanted to incorporate that, because everything that you've seen me create before is part of me as an artist, right? And these people have inspired me both in my personal and private life and in my social life outside as well. So I wanted to kind of, stand up for them, right? That doesn't sound like such a unreasonable thing to do. And, actually, in the time it's taken me to say all of this, we've already passed over the little bumper that I just put at the start of this video. So I timed it out at 75 seconds. 75 seconds. That's all it takes. A little over a minute for me to stand up for a marginalized group of people. And some folks took such an issue with that. And yeah, they were gone. They were gone out of here. See ya, Slugger. I used to love your videos, Slugger, but now you've changed, and yeah, all that sort of vitriolic nonsense. Yeah, and so I had lots of responses to those sorts of things, and I've talked about a lot of this already in the general discussion at the start of this big 4-hour video, so I'm not going to belabor the point here. But if 75 seconds of me talking about something that you personally disagree with is enough for you to completely abandon the channel and leave and write me off as dead, then you didn't actually hold me in much high respect before. That's the truth of it, really. I was nothing more than a free entertainment platform for you to come and watch, while you ate your lunch or whatever, right? Yeah. If that's all it took to drive you away at the end of the day, then yeah, I won't miss you. Sorry. This is also the source of what I talked about earlier, that idea of intellectualism without empathy. A lot of folks were trying to have we're just going to have a gentlemanly debate about the rights of a marginalized group of people which we don't belong to, that sort of angle, which, like, when you say it out loud, is preposterous. Like it is absolutely absurd to even entertain that. So I didn't entertain those discussions, and showed them to the door or told them to just, keep it to themselves. You're more than welcome to disagree with me on anything I bring up. I don't care. I don't know you, you're just a stranger on the internet to me. Like we don't know each other. So yeah, go ahead and disagree. I don't care, but don't expect that I'm going to allow you to platform your beliefs on my videos, like on my platform. You're using my platform to vocally disagree with me? No, get out of here. I don't understand the entitlement behind that mindset, to be honest. Frankly, I find it rude, and yeah, that's so. Anyways, I'm not gonna belabor the point here. Let's talk about the video proper, because the video is, I think, actually really good. The big hurdle that I got over, the hurdle of, like, how do I even do this? Because I've talked about this earlier in the video too, this idea of having a video idea that's just too insurmountable to even start. That's kind of what I was faced with this video. There's just so many Lego trans colors, and I didn't even know how I was going to get through this without like talking about all of them. Like, at first it wasn't even a top 10 list in my mind, right? It was just like, okay, I gotta vaguely talk about trans colors. Well, how am I going to do that? Like, I don't have all of them. I don't want to track down these Clickets colors and things like that. Like, I'm not placing Bricklink orders for this. Let's just say that much, right? Like, I have a huge Lego collection sitting behind me here, and if the parts aren't in it, then I don't want to talk about them. So, what basically kind of made that breakthrough, kind of broke the ice on it, was when I realized that only 10 trans colors are contained in 1,000 or more sets. And when I made that realization, then it kind of ticked the box of, like, okay, this is going to be a top 10 list. I'm just going to do it as a top 10 list. That's doable. I can do that. That was actually a point that I think some folks missed, because I definitely had some comments saying, like, why didn't you talk about this color? Or you should have included this. This color should have been on your top 10. But I say it in the video. Like, I do make it explicit that I'm only including the colors that were included in 1,000 sets or more. But maybe I should have, I don't know, made a bigger point of that or something. But I don't know. I feel like I covered my bases there. And at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. If you missed it, that's okay. That's fine. It's understandable. Yeah, so I'm only covering the top 10 trans colors here, the top 10 ones that were included in 1,000 sets or more. And yeah, I think I did a pretty good job of conveying my thoughts on these and putting them in a bracket that made sense. I think the only one that I might have ranked too low was trans green. I might have actually, in hindsight, bumped that one a spot higher and maybe bumped one that was above it down. So yeah, that'd be the only one. But, I'm not, like, crazy about the color. I like it as an underdog color, essentially. But in a vacuum, it's not my favorite. It's okay. I think I definitely caught a few folks off guard with my number 1 pick being trans neon orange rather than trans neon green, but I think my rationale kind of summed it up pretty well. Trans neon orange is just it's so special to me. I think it's such a great color. It's got such a fiery presence to it, and there's nothing in LEGO's current catalog that comes close to recapturing that, in my opinion, at least. Whereas for Trans Neon Green, well, it's still very great. Like I love that color a lot too. Trans Bright Green is pretty close, in my opinion. Again, I think you could have gone back in time and replaced Trans Neon Green with Trans Bright Green pieces, and the aesthetic would be basically the same. You cannot say the same thing about Trans Neon Orange and Trans Orange, not even close. Yeah, those are completely, they just fill such different niches because of the degree of translucency, I suppose, transparency. Yeah, Trans Neon Orange is just so vibrant compared to Trans Orange. It's so dull and transparent, and yeah, it just kind of looks blah. So yeah, Trans Neon Orange is where it's at, and I really miss it. I think it's a color that really defined a certain look of LEGO, and yeah, from whenever it was introduced in 1993 to 2005, when it was subtly altered into kind of a duller, more muted shade. Yeah, that 1993 to 2005 era of Trans Neon Orange, just some great looking sets in that time frame. But yeah, anyways, this video was definitely one that I knew it was risky, sticking my neck out like I did, but we weathered the storm. I'm very grateful, by the way, that and relieved in a lot of respects that the folks that have come to watch these videos and have subscribed to the channel for a long time are all like reasonable people. The amount of folks that jumped ship is like maybe 100, like it's less than 1%. And when you look at the graph, and you chart the lifetime subscriber base, it's not even a blip. You can barely see it. So I'm just very thankful and appreciative of the kind, empathetic people that tune in each week, and I'm very proud that we've been able to foster that sort of camaraderie in an online community. So thank you, all of you. That's fantastic. I think a video like this would completely tank some other channels. I think there'd be so much backlash to someone coming out like this and speaking for a marginalized group. And yeah, I think they would have a huge exodus of people. But we're pretty lucky over here. I think we've done a good job of sticking up for each other, and I hope we continue to do that. Yeah, this is a video I'm proud of. I don't regret making it. There was always the potential for it to go really wrong, but yeah, no, it went well, and it helped weed out some less savory individuals, so win-win. Yeah. After I made this one, my dad texted me and let me know how proud he was, and that means a lot too, to get that sort of support from your own family in these endeavors. So yeah, this was a good effort, and I think it's a winner in my books. Oh, one last thing. The thumbnail is actually a photograph. I actually set up a table with one of my background pages, like one of those big poster boards, the light blue one, and then I actually spelled out trans with Lego pieces. Like I used transparent pieces to spell out the word, and then I had my camera up on a really extended tripod, leaning over top of it and angled it down, and thankfully it was all more or less in frame and was all aligned and everything fit. I kind of lucked out on that. I had to adjust a couple of things, but more or less it worked first try. So whew, that took a long time to set up, but it's what I wanted the thumbnail to look like. It's what I envisioned in my head, at least. And so I went with that. Of course, there's some digital stuff that goes with it now too, right? I added the fonts, and I also keyed out the pieces, the translucent pieces, or transparent pieces, I should say, and added some white glow behind them. So there's actually 2 layers of that, essentially. Like, it's the pieces and then it's the background. They were photographed together, but I digitally separated them and added some more pop to it, and then added the pink border around the outside. The color choices for the font and the background were all very intentional. So yeah, I knew what I was doing there. And trying to telegraph what folks are getting into with a video like this. But yeah, anyways, I just wanted to mention that because I put a ton of effort into the thumbnail, let alone the video, and I just wanted to, I don't know, make mention of it. Yeah. I'm gonna try my best not to sound too sanctimonious while I talk about this video, because much in the way that the Toametru video from way back when is one that I think is honestly one of my best. Like, to this day, I think it's great, and I make a ton of great points in it, which is why I think I'm gonna sound very sanctimonious, like just self-absorbed, because it's an argumentative video that is an opinion that I have that I agree with, so of course I agree with the arguments. I'm the most possible biased person to ask about the quality of it. Just like I'm the most biased person to ask about the quality of any of the videos we've looked at so far, and this is one of them, and I think this video is utterly fantastic. I think I knocked it out of the park. So this was the April Fool's video. I was wrong about Mars mission, and I think... man, you know, like, so here's the joke, essentially. At the end of the day, is the joke is that I'm not wrong about Mars mission. The joke is I was right, like, and I tried to go through with the framing and show that, like, yeah, this theme is not good. Like, this is really subpar construction quality. These are subpar sets all across the board, pretty much unanimously. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to show that, like, you know, I gave it a try. Like I bought 7 sets from this series. 7. That's more than like RoboForce with, like, oh my goodness. Yeah, there's so many series, like entire series from the 90s that don't have 7 sets. I bought 7 of them for this video, and I refuse to believe that I just got unlucky and bought 7 bad ones. Like I bought the only bad ones in the series. Like, I do not accept that as being true. So yeah, anyways, I go through and I lay it on the line, and I give some tough love. Like, maybe not even love at the end of the day. So I think this is a tough pill to swallow for a lot of folks, but I mean this in all seriousness. If you think Mars Mission favorably compares to any of the space themes that came before it, then you really need to broaden your horizons. Yeah. And there were folks that were really quick to point out other sets in Mars Mission, saying like, oh, you should, what do you think of this one? Or you should have bought this set, or whatever. And all I have to say to that is, you might be right. Maybe that particular set, that one set you mentioned, is actually pretty good. But I've got a pile of corpses behind me here. That's the 7 sets that I bought. Like, even if there's one good set in Mars Mission, that doesn't mean it's a good theme. It means you have a good set. Like, that's one set that's good. I think the theme is terrible still. Like, yeah, the one set can't change that. 2 sets can't change that. It's bad. This is bad. And I'm sorry to say it. Like I wouldn't pick on this theme if it wasn't always propped up as being one of the good ones. Like, this is not Slugger picking on the little guy here. Mars Mission is said in the same breath as like Blacktron and Classic Space. Like, that's the sort of stuff that I see. Folks always talking about how good Mars Mission is. Like, it's one of those great themes, one of those great series that came out. Like Power Miners, it goes hand in hand with Power Miners. And Power Miners is a great theme. Power Miners is fantastic. Power Miners doesn't deserve to be burdened by the company of Mars Mission. I don't see it here, folks. Yeah, like I tried to give this a shot, but like there are so many areas in which Mars Mission is lacking. Yeah, it honestly surprised me, and I had a very unique experience when building these sets. Almost 100% of the time when I review a Lego set or I talk about a Lego theme, I construct the set, and while I'm doing that, it kind of helps me form opinions on the series. And more often than not, almost 100% of the time, if I actually sit down and spend time building a set and having experience with it and putting it together and playing a little bit with it, I come out the other side with a more positive opinion than I entered. Mars Mission is one of the few exceptions where after having built the sets, I think the series is worse than I originally thought. I already thought it was pretty bad, but having the experience of actually building these clinkers, like they stink. Like these are just bad builds. It's like amateur hour here. I don't know. And like the proof is in the pudding. Like to me, it's just like, what is this? What people are talking about? What? Why? What? Like, what's going on? I don't get it. So in releasing the video, I came to learn what I think. I came to understand what's happening here, and by and large, the folks that were swearing up and down by Mars Mission were talking about this RTS game that was on the Lego website or something. A significant portion of people that really enjoyed the theme told me in the comment section saying that, oh, it's because they had a really great RTS game. You know, I don't really know much about the sets, or I don't own the sets. I really love the game though. And then it started to make more sense to me. It's like, okay, I get it. So it's not actually about the sets. Like, it's not about the toys. It's about the theme. It's about the external media that goes around it. That I can get behind. I can understand that. Because broad strokes, I really like the look of Mars Mission. I know I'm not a huge fan of white as a primary color for a space theme, but it really gels here. Like, this is one of the better looking space themes. Like aesthetically, I think this theme is really solid. But construction wise, design wise, minifigure wise, like, C tier stuff at best, and I honestly think the real hard truth is that this is the worst Lego space theme. Like, I think that is the hard truth that we need to kind of come to terms with, at least in my opinion. You know, if you love this series, like, don't let me stop you. Don't take it to heart. Like, if someone like me can still walk out the other side loving Time Cruisers after the amount of flack that series gets, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Nobody picks on Mars Mission the way that Time Cruisers gets picked on, so you'll live. You'll be okay. Even if RR Slugger doesn't like it, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So here I am, I'm agreeing with my own opinions and agreeing with my own arguments because of course I am. Like, there's not really much else I can do here, to be honest. I think this video is excellent. I think it's really funny. It hits all the right beats. It has a great ending to it as well too. Yeah, I think this is top shelf Slugger right here. I know it ruffled some feathers. I know some folks came away from this saying like, Slugger, you're being pretty harsh there. And, you know, you might be right. Maybe I am being a little harsh with this video. But you have to understand, just like, the amount of times I have people telling me how great Mars Mission is. Like, oh my goodness. It like, no other Lego space theme has been recommended to me more times than Mars Mission, or has been defended more times than Mars Mission. Like this is one of the big dogs out there. This is Goliath. This is not like a Spyrius or a RoboForce or, you know, one of those little tiny themes that nobody cares about. Explorians, right? Like, those are the little guys. This is Mars Mission. This is top dog. Like, this is one of the big guys out there. And yeah, I don't lose any sleep knocking it down a few pegs, because I think it deserves it. I did get a kick out of the number of folks that said that the Galador photos at the very end go a lot harder than they needed to. Some of these actually look pretty cool, and I agree. I think some of them do look pretty cool. Galador is an awesome theme. Mars Mission is not. All right, here we go. Last video to talk about. Get hyped. This is Lego Arctic Frozen in Time. This was a cool video to work on, and yeah, it kind of came out of left field, and it allowed me to incorporate contributions from multiple different people. I can't remember the details on how Cornell reached out to me about doing artwork. I think it was over email, or maybe it was through our Instagrams or something like that. But he had created these really great Arctic images. And of course, Christian had sent me an Arctic set from the last summer of Slug. So I kind of combined the two together, and I was like, okay, well, at some point in time, I need to talk about Arctic. And what am I going to talk about? And that's really where Baraklava's video about the prototype stuff kind of informed what I was going to do here. Because ever since I was a kid, there was this weird feeling, like just kind of itching at the back of my brain about Lego Arctic, and how the sets themselves felt like really antiquated compared to the other contemporary sets at the time. And honestly, I can't believe I was thinking about this as a kid, but I really was. Like, there was something about Lego Arctic that just felt off, that I didn't understand. I couldn't put into words, and it wouldn't be until I was an adult years later, you know, here I am, almost, you know, like over 2 decades later, almost 30 years later, which is really, really an interesting thought. But here I am all these years later, and I'm looking at the sets now with the added information, the added context that they actually were supposed to be released in 1998. They were designed for that release year, and they missed out on that window and were put on a shelf for a little while and then released in the year 2000. And knowing that now, it completely vindicates childhood Slugger, because now it's like, oh yeah, that makes total sense. Now I understand why this set doesn't have ratchet joints, or why these elements are like so old. Like, why are these elements appearing here in the turn of the millennium? Like why are they still using these parts? They should have retired them long ago. And in fact, they were going to, but they held on to the mold a little bit longer so that they could get a final hurrah with Lego Arctic. So that was cool. That was really rewarding to do and to talk about and present all that stuff together here in this video. Yeah, that footage of the thing from the 50s, that would have messed me up as a kid. Yeah, that's honestly some pretty scary imagery. The thing about horror for me, there's things that freak me out and there's things that don't, and it's really interesting watching movies with my partner, because there's definitely things that freak her out that are completely different than the things that freak me out. I really get something out of cerebral horror, like the thought of something being like a scary thought, I think, or like, it's hard to put into words. There's something about a foreboding aspect of film that can really get to me, where like, oh, I shouldn't be here, I shouldn't be seeing this right now, like those sorts of things, like that can be really freaky, like and things that like I think wouldn't be considered scary to a lot of people, I get freaked out by. There's a Miyazaki film. What's that one called? It's is it Castle in the Sky? Is that what it is? It's something in the sky. Kingdom in the Sky, Castle in the Sky. Anyways, I remember watching that for the first time. And there's like a centuries old like robot laying in the bottom of this tower or something. And at one point it starts to wake up and starts getting up. And I was like, nope. That is so freaky. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Like, that's an example, I think. Actually, maybe a more mainstream example is Blade Runner 2049. Spoilers if you haven't seen it. Spoilers. But in Blade Runner 2049, there's that scene where our protagonist, I can't remember the character's name, is in that area that he was having memories of as a kid. Like running from the bullies and like hiding his wooden, it was a wooden horse or something like that, in like that old furnace area. But yeah, as he goes there as an adult, and he reaches in to find, and it's actually in there, like that's freaky. Like that freaked me out, because he's not supposed to have those memories. Like those aren't real. Like he was never a kid. Like that's what it's supposed to be, one of those like, you shouldn't be here, you shouldn't be seeing this sort of things. Yeah, so that kind of horror really gets to me. And yeah, the Thing, like the 1952 version, just this big lumbering monster getting closer. They're detecting on the seismograph, and then it just busts the door open, and it's just standing there in the doorway. That's freaky. No way. No thanks. Yeah. So, I don't know, the LEGO designers taking inspiration from The Thing, either version, I think they were more inspired by the 80s version, to be honest, rather than the 50s ones, because that would have been a film that was popular at the time of them making these sets, and they probably just kind of fibbed a little bit and said, it was actually the science fiction film from the 50s that we took inspiration from. But yeah, I think the designers making that choice, that is a bonkers decision. That's a bizarre decision. I think it's fair to call that out. But we have to remember at the end of the day that these sets, even though they're designed for kids, were made by adults. And, adults do adult things. Like there's really famous stories from the making of Lego Island, where like the composers, like the people making the music, were just like partying on their houseboat essentially. Like they were getting high and drinking booze and doing all these things while making this game. Like they I can't remember who it was. It might have been Lauren who mentioned this, but they had to hide all the beer bottles like when Lego would come around to do photographs. Yeah, these are adults, and adults, like I said, do adult things. Yeah, so I guess we can give them a pass there. It's an entertaining movie, or both of them are, honestly. I wouldn't recommend them to kids though, but yeah, adults can enjoy them. I think the only other thing I'm going to mention here is the idea I brought up in this video of I can appreciate a theme without having to own it. And that's really how I feel about Lego Arctic. I've got a few sets from the theme. I appreciate the theme. I think the theme's good. Like, there's plenty of sets in it that I think really look good. And I wouldn't mind owning, I suppose, but I don't need to. I'll be fine. I don't need this. Well, that's kind of the opinion that I've got. And it's definitely something that has kind of translated over to other themes for me, at least now, because my Lego collecting has really slowed. I don't know if that's evident from watching the videos, but I really don't buy a lot of Lego anymore. I'm up to my ears in Lego here. There's just bins, like from floor to ceiling, bins everywhere full of Lego sets. And I don't need any more. Like, I've got so much here that I could continue running my YouTube channel without buying another Lego set forever, and I would be an old man before I got through all of the sets that I have. So, at some point, I just have to kind of re-examine my relationship with Lego and kind of assess and say, I appreciate this. It looks cool, but I don't need it. One of the things that popped up recently in a Minecraft set that's coming out this summer, there's a Nick Bluetooth reference in the minifigure. Like the character has a Nick Bluetooth outfit on, and like that's wild. That's bonkers. I love that. That's amazing. at the same time, I don't need it. Like, it's cool that it exists, but I don't need it. Like, what am I gonna do with it? It's gonna sit on a shelf? Does that increase my appreciation of it in any way? I think no. So this is definitely a train of thought I want to explore a little bit further, see if it has any legs, you know? I want to give it a good wrangle and try to write a script around it and see if that bears any fruit. So maybe it'll be a bigger video in the future. I guess keep your eyes peeled for that. And holy Toledo, speaking of bigger video, here we are, we did it. 4 years of RR Slugger. It almost feels like it's been 4 years just making this one video. These are getting out of hand. I don't know, folks. I'd like to say it was fun making this, but I don't know if that's entirely true. Are these appreciated? Do folks like these videos? I feel like this is the one type of video I make that I'm making for other people rather than myself. But you know, it's kind of been a tradition, so I guess let me know if no one really enjoys these and no one wants to see me do this again for 5 years of Slugger. I'm happy not to. This is just me like talking about myself for multiple hours at a time. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this comes off particularly well at the end of the day, but let me know. Let me know. Yeah. Anyways, thank you very much for sitting through all of this, listening to the meanderings and musings of an old slug on the internet. I had a lot of fun making videos this year, and I'm looking forward to what's going to come out the other end here too. I've got a bit of a spring in my step again in terms of Lego, so I want to examine that, and especially the Summer of Slug is coming up here too. We've got Orient Expedition to look forward to, Alpha Team at some point in time, as well as other various themes that I want to get to as well. So yeah, I think it's a good time to be an RR Slugger fan. Thank you very much for your continued support, and I will see you in the next video.